Why is it my live popping up? There we go. Let's wait for a few people to come in here. Hello, Miroslav. How are you? Oh, people are joining. That's what we like to see. Actual judging stream. Yeah. I was just about to start judging the producers because it's pretty late at night, and I don't want to have to sit through all the Loop Station ones now because there's so much more Loop Station ones than producers. So I'll probably go over all the Loop Station ones tomorrow. But I wanted to get some stuff done today. And I was just thinking, like, if I was gonna stream the reactions, why not just stream the judging anyway? But yeah, it's the time here is very late, so I don't expect it to be the most popular stream. You're not allowed to leak scores. Didn't Dilo judge on his stream? I'm pretty sure it's fine, no? If it's not fine, I'll end the stream. Or maybe not end the stream, I'll just talk for maybe an hour or something. It's something about your final results that's not allowed. Huh. I mean, there's no definite certainty that this will be my final results. Because more than likely I will change a couple things. Press asked you said no, but Dina's been doing it. Well, I don't know what to do then. Damn, now I'm a bit stuck. I thought this was a great idea. But I was gonna sit here and judge and have a good time. He said he does it primarily. Or preliminary. Huh. I feel like you should probably talk to a supervisor. Yeah, fair enough. As long as I change it, but I can't promise that I will change it. There's a high probability that the results will be changed. I don't know. Because if it's the case, I guess, end the stream or just do it as like a asking questions. But then the title's a bit misleading, isn't it? Do you still work as a chef, by the way? No. Yeah, we don't know if it's the end result if you say it's not the end result. That's true. Because more than likely, this judgment that I'm going to do will not. Well, I mean, it most definitely won't be the end result. Actually, because probably there's going to be some. That's actually a point. That is that's I'm not going to be giving bonus points, and bonus points is a criteria. So, yeah, okay, that makes sense because bonus points I'm going to give to the tracks that I favor the most in my own taste of music. And I think if I don't give bonus points today and give them at a later time, then I'm not leaking the results, right? That's a good idea. So let's do it like that. No bonus points. We're just going to go on the subjective stuff, which is technicality, musicality, showmanship, originality, and voice sourcing. Seems fine, right? I think it seems fine. Either way, we're going to start. And if I get told off, I get told off, I guess. We'll see. Hopefully not. I shouldn't do. I'd just like to be transparent with my judging. So let's just get on with it. Frosty, why not just ask to be sure? Because it might take me a few hours to get a reply. And I'm already live. So, you know, and it's late. It's late time. So the team might be sleeping. I don't know. Well, anyway, like I said, I won't be giving the bonus points. So these results will change. 100% they'll change. These will not be the final results today. These will be the subjective results. And the bonus points will go to the music that I favor and the style that I favor and what I like to listen to. So whatever. Let's go with the first one, Colin Effects. I don't care anymore. We're going to watch it anyway. Let's just start. And thankfully I've heard all of these, so this isn't going to be a first impression. I remember this is a Deadmau5 cover. So, actually, wait, my camera is very dark.
What's up? My name is Colin Effects from USA, and you're watching my grand.
Let me fix that. Cool. Alright, let's get on with it.
$20 about 2025 producer wildcard. Hope you guys enjoy.
Solid drum mix for an MK2. I'm gonna be a bit more critical today. A little bit more harsh, I guess you could say. Because I have to be. Round 2 of the exclamation mark. So for example, the ones that didn't get the exclamation marks, like this one, I'm just kind of re-listening to remember what was happening. I'm not gonna really deep dive it, because I remember on first impression it didn't shock me. It didn't really have too many wow moments that caught me. So basically just to get it down on the sheet, you know. Clean drum mix. Filtered chords are a bit quiet in the background, and I'm not the biggest fan of the vocals. A break in the auto-tune. In terms of voice sourcing as well, everything seems voice sourced so far besides the lead, like the melody, the chords. There's a vocoder. So, not bad. Solid transition. Not the most complex track. Not too much happening. Just solid and clean. Also cupping the mic, making the vocals a bit more muddy. And then just the outro, right? Not bad. Not bad outro. Okay. To the sheet we go. Technicality. Now, in producer, what are we defining as technicality? Mix will be one. Technicality and musicality. So we need to think of what is different between the two. So I'm presuming mix is a technicality, and the way of using the loop station or DAW that you're using, or whatever gear you're using, how technical you are at using it. What else would it be? Because musicality could be down to pitching, right? Or would musicality be something else? Because maybe technicality is also down to pitching, which his singing was, he was running through an autotune, but it was muddy, and he also had a break in the autotune towards the end. So is pitching a technicality? Is it a musicality? Hard to know. What do you guys think? I'd like to see some definitions. There's nothing really written here. And in terms of definition, unless there is. Oh! Okay, we have definitions. Right. Cool. I did not see that. So let's read through it. Production value and technicality. Sound design fundamentals. How technically proficient and well created the sound design of the techniques and productions. Okay, so sound design essentially. Consistency. How consistent the sound you perform throughout the routine. The person cuts tracks in and out of faders. Is element consistent in time. Cleanliness. Complexity of the production, like I said. Technical vocal techniques and sound composition. Okay, correct pitch and tone is musicality. Frequency placement and mix down. So mix. Technical vocal techniques, alternating between higher notes and low notes quickly. Performing unique singing and vocal techniques. Okay. So let's think about it then. Cleanliness, not bad at all. It's pretty good actually. Sound design, pretty basic. I wouldn't say it was bad by any means. Kind of a vocoder. There was a vocoder. There was a crashed white noise. The high kind of dung sound sounded pretty nice. Nothing mind blowing. Yeah, clean technical vocal techniques. There was none really there. Mix was pretty solid considering it was on 505. Because that's the way I'm going to judge mix. It depends on the gear you're using. Because you can't really achieve the mix that you would achieve on a laptop on a 505. So I went through that yesterday of how I will balance that. And consistency was all pretty consistent. But in terms of like how technical the track was and like how technical it was to perform and singing was very basic and the mix in the singing was not too great. I'm going to give him a technicality score of 13 just because the track is it's quite a basic cover of a track, you know? Musicality. Let's define it. Okay, that's the only... Okay, these two are the only things that it seems to go over. Pitch and tone. Structure. Structure was nice. Composition. The proficiency and complexity and enjoyability of the musical composition. Okay. Use of dynamics. Groove and rhythm. Complex time signatures. Okay. So the rhythm was pretty basic. It was a 4/4 time signature. 4 on the floor. But it's a cover of the song, so what are you going to do? The composition felt nice. And the structure's nice, but it's a cover, so you're doing the structure of a cover. But I guess the cover stuff goes into originality. So I'm not going to deep the cover thing in musicality. Use of dynamics was not too bad besides the cupping of the mic. The composition was nice, structure was nice. Pitch and tone was not the best. So I'm going to go with a score of 12. Yeah, 12. Showmanship. Let me go over it. I mean, there's nothing really extra happening. He's kind of just performing the loop, which is fine because I don't think this track really calls for any extra crazy stuff to happen. It's a pretty chill track. Eye contact with the camera and just looping. Pretty average, like a average score, really. I'm gonna go bang in the middle, 10. Originality. This is where it comes down to it. It's a cover. So your score is dramatically lower here because it's not just a remix of the song. It's pretty much a 1-to-1 cover. So how much originality can I give it? It's gonna sound harsh. It's gonna sound really harsh, and I don't really mean it in a completely harsh way. But it's not your song. Oh, I mean, the sounds are different than the original song, of course, a little bit. Using the vocoder there's no vocoder in the initial song, but 12 out of 40. What do you think? What do you think about that? I can't give it much more than that. And voice sourcing. Everything was vocally sourced besides the vocoder chords. So pretty high, actually. Especially, I would definitely score a vocoder higher than using a straight up synth because you manipulate the sound with your voice. So it correlates more to using your voice. And everything else was voice sourced, but the singing was not the best. which I do take into account here. Because I think if you're going to score voice source, it has to correlate to the voice. But not a bad score. 15 out of 20. I'm happy with that. We move on. Bro's judging producer. Yeah, I'm judging without the bonus points. Because people in chat told me I can't leak the final score. So, won't be showing the bonus points. But yeah, judging what I can of producer. Next up is Lilo.
Yo, my name is Lilo, and this is my producer loop station wildcard for the GBB 2025 World League. I hope you enjoy.
Let me go back. This is something I consider this. Let me explain this. There's a lot of producers who are using a laptop or DAW or whatever, and the stuff they're doing is all technically voice sourced for the most part, for most people who are using that setup. Now, when they are making the sound being voice sourced, it sounds like a complete synthesizer. This one doesn't. This sound, I can connect it to voice. So for me, this scores higher than if it was going, you sample and make it into the most craziest synthesizer I've ever heard. You know, because there's no connection to the voice with that. So this will score slightly higher. Because I can tell hearing this that it's voice. It's just a vocal sample playing. Which technically is more basic, but it does connect more. That's my opinion on it anyway. Obviously, if everything's vocal source, then it doesn't sound like it. It still scores high in vocal source. I'm not saying it doesn't. Good luck again today. I don't think I'll be streaming for as long today. I might try and get through all the producers, but it's late here. And yeah, there's no way I'm getting through all the loop stations. Impossible. It will be like 8 a.m. by the time I finish. So yeah, thank you anyway. Let me go back a little bit. Analyze this. What is he doing exactly? Sampling something. Maybe the drums. Not the biggest sound of the not the biggest fan of the sound quality of the auto-tune. Everything seems to be mixed where it should be. I can hear everything so far. Dragging a little. So I'm losing connection to it. What language is this? Not that it matters. Serious. That's true. Is it Romanian? I might be wrong. Not sure. Where's he from? Doesn't say. Let me analyze that. It lacks impact. It for sure lacks impact. I like the transition into it, but I feel like the bass needs some kind of side chaining with the drums, and the drums seem to be a little I guess you could say separated from the rest. Like the bass seems to be in the back more. Yeah, lacking impact. The drums are definitely at the front. I did comment yesterday on my first reaction of the double kick. I'm actually not hating it now. Weird how your opinion can change in a day. I'm not hating it. They do clash a little bit, but yeah, it's not bothering me as much. Did you turn off donation alerts? I don't have donation alerts. So if you donate, I'm sorry. I will check my donations right now, because you saying that maybe means that you donated. I'm not sure. Who knows? I need to set that up though. I'm new to streaming, so sorry about that. Ah, yes. Thank you very much for the donation. Is it Lassie? I guess it's Lassie. Yeah, really appreciate it. Thank you very much for a £1 donation. Appreciate it, man. Yes, still, for some, like, everything seems to be slightly in the back. Like, when I'm listening to this whole section, that the main aspect I'm hearing that's catching my attention is the drums throughout the whole thing. So I feel like the drums are the main part of this track, because it's the main thing that my brain is going towards. Everything just needs to be brought forward a bit, because I'm failing to hear impact. If you made these synths louder and these sounds louder, and you just side changed the drums and turned them down, it would fit way nicer, I think. Hello, Lisa. How is France going? Cool transition to the outro. Super nice. Super nice outro. And I'm not watching the end because he jump scares me at the end, I remember. You're not getting it this time. Okay. Let me just define technicality again. Sound design, fundamentals, consistency, cleanliness, complexity of production, technical vocal techniques, sound combinations, frequency placement, and mix down. Okay. Sound design's great. Consistency. How consistent the sounds you perform are throughout the routine. Because the track in and out of on the faders. Is that element consistent and in time? Ah, gotcha. How consistent the sounds are. Like I said, the drums were more in front. But I mean, that kind of also comes down to... Yeah, it comes down to mix. So, cleanliness. Okay. Sorry, hard to remember all these segments here. Cleanliness. Everything was pretty clean until the drums came in for me. And then they kind of overtook. But definitely not bad. Vocals, especially in the later part, could have been cleaner. More of a low cut on them, maybe. And push them forward in the mix. Wasn't the biggest fan of the sound of the autotune. Which does come down to technicality because it comes down to sound design, I guess. But it's going to score higher than Colin, I believe. I'm going to, out of 20? Damn, I already want to give 0.5s because I don't want to give it 14 because I feel it's too low, and I don't want to give it 15 because I feel it's too high. It had more mix, like, considering the gear he is using, it has more mix issues than Colin's. I'm going to give it 14. And also, let me define it one more time. Technical vocal, frequency placement, complexity of the production, combining specific techniques that are physically difficult to perform on the equipment. Ah. Okay. He didn't do much. He kind of pressed play. He sampled the voice, he sampled the drums, and maybe pressed a few more things just to like allow the track to play out, but not too much happened. So technicality, I'm actually going to knock him down because I forgot that would be a factor into it. He's going to get the same score as Colin. Musicality. Correct pitch and tone, composition, structure, use of dynamics. Yeah. Wasn't the biggest fan of the autotune, like I said, but his autotune did not break like Colin's did. So the pitch was pretty accurate with the singing. Everything else is in key because he sampled and just kind of played the MIDI of it. So it has to be in key unless he specifically put the MIDI out of key. And the piece as a whole is nice. Are you allowed to show your scores? I'm not giving bonus scores. And I will afterwards. So these are not the final scores. And I might actually amend a few things afterwards as well. I probably will. Musicality. Nice outro as well. 14. No, 15. Because the arpeggiators and everything was really pretty as well. Super, super nice at the start and especially the outro. Lost me in the middle. Showmanship. Okay, so he's kind of sitting. Like, he's sitting and he's moving around, but he's not doing anything when he's moving around. He's not actually pressing anything or singing or anything. So it kind of comes across as a little bit awkward to me. Whereas, what did Colin score in this? 10. Yeah, because Colin kind of stood and didn't do much. This guy's doing more, but he's doing less on the physical stuff. And he's sat down. I'm actually gonna give it a 9. I think it's less. Originality. Now, as far as I'm aware, let me check the description. Got this track. So my breakdown of this track. He doesn't specifically say my track, but I'm assuming it's his track because he hasn't stated it. And he says he's going to do a breakdown, so it makes sense for it to be his track. So originality is going to be already quite a lot higher than Colin. Then you check with Swiss Beatbox if you can show your scores just to be safe and avoid unnecessary trouble. Dilo's shown his scores, and they weren't the final scores. I'm showing my scores, and they are not the final scores. So, whatever. I'm not afraid to show my judging. You know? I think if it's not the final score, I don't see a problem in it. What's up, Siren? How are you? You're all good. Yeah, I think so too. I should be good. People are so weak. Yeah, calm down, guys. What's the worst that can happen? I just want to be transparent. I think people need to know. If you scored low in one thing, then this shows you how you can improve. Anyway, back to it. Originality. Original track. It's hard to score it because the track is original. Everything seems original. The sound design itself is hard to score because almost everything that you're going to do on a door, in terms of comparing it to other loopers, is going to sound pretty original because there's just way too many possibilities of sounds you can do. I would say the drop was rather generic. It just being drums and kind of a straight bass with not much happening kind of felt a little generic to me. But it being an original song, the arpeggiator is really nice. Yeah, just the drop felt a little generic. I'm going to give it a score of 31, or is that too high? Maybe that's too high. I'm going to give it 29, actually. 30 is going to be the benchmark of that is original, you know. And voice sourcing. As far as I know, everything's voice sourced. And especially the arpeggiators, you can link it to the voice. If a non-looper heard it, if an average listener heard it, they can tell if they really zoned in that it is vocal, which you can't say for a lot of people who are using laptops and DAWs and stuff. So voice sourcing's high. Voice sourcing's very high. But the singing was not amazing. And the autotune sound was not great. 17 fair? Yeah, 17's fair. Nice. What do you guys think? Anyone disagreeing? I'm all open for, you know, feedback if anyone's going to disagree with anything. But we're going to move on to the next one. Just got here. Can you explain to me how the score of voice sourcing works? Yes. So, with a lot of loopers and so not just loopers. So, for example, if you were using a laptop and you were using instead of using your voice for the melody, you used, let's say, for example, Serum, which is a wavetable synthesizer. That would score low because technically it's not your voice. So you could trigger something with your voice. So you could send MIDI with your voice to go, and then Serum turns on, for example. This would be considered voice triggered. But voice sourced means the original sound comes from voice. So, for example, in Colin's wildcard, everything was voice sourced besides the vocoder, which is here. You can capture your voice on a wavetable in Serum, it's true. But I'm saying using Serum as its default setup. You know what I mean? You know what I'm explaining. Yeah. So this is a built. I believe this is sounds like Oscillator Bot to me. It could be something on the VT4. It sounds like Oscillator Bot. They're both technically made by Roland, so it's hard to tell. But yeah, this is a vocoder. So the actual source of the sound is a waveform manipulated by the carrier, which is your voice. So actually, this wouldn't score as low as straight up doing a synthesizer, but it scores lower in the sheet of voice sourcing. And Lilo did everything technically voice sourced, so he does score higher. But I gave Colin a 15 because of the vocoder. Because again, it's something you can correlate to voice. Anyway, we move on. Enough explaining. K42.
Sup? K.
Pretty beginner sounding drum set. So that means Biscuit gets 20 on his wildcard. Not necessarily. Because there's even effects in the 505 MK1. The synth effect is technically not voice sourced. And also, in voice sourced, I'm also taking in account what is sounding like vocals, if you're including actual beatbox elements in the track, and how good is the singing as well. That all, for me, gets taken into account. Yeah, really lack of mix here. I mean, it's difficult with your input being an MK1, but even for MK1 and MK2 standards, this is a low quality mix. Very basic melody. Not that that's necessarily always a problem, but in this case it's not really anything special, you know?
Yo.
Tell me what you think about this, guys. If a wild card has not got my attention at all by halfway, I'm going to start skipping into it. Because for me, like, no offense to K42, really appreciate the wild card and stuff. But for me, this is like, it's not the level. that's going to be considered to be in, you know? Let me know what you think.
I'm just feeling the body, I don't care. I don't want the dice unless I'm on there. I don't say what you got.
Yeah, you can tell the level at some point.
Forever. I just did this because I felt like making it.
Can't hear the vocals. It's a pretty bad mix. And the track's not really going anywhere. I have to be harsh. I have to be. Because unlike yesterday, this is now a judging stream. I have to be more harsh about it. Technicality, sound design, cleanliness, complexity of production, mixed down. Out of 20, it's going to be a 4. Musicality, I couldn't hear any of the singing. From what I could tell, stuff was stuff in key.
And it's kind of fun to do. Oh, yeah, I got this sound. I don't know, I kind of look at the
Definitely some weird frequency stuff happening. Some clashing. So we'll go 4. Well, no, we'll go 5. Showmanship, he's not even showing himself, so 2. Originality. I mean, it's an original track, I guess, but realistically, 10. No, that's not fair. That's not fair. It's an original track. 15. Voice sourcing. Everything is actually no, it's not. Everything is not voice source because the oscillator bot melody. Again, a vocoder, but the pitching and everything is just off, pretty poorly. 8, 7. Okay. Haniwa, let's move on.
Hello, my name is Haniwa.
We got a cover. Oscillator bot melody. Or oscillator vocoder, whatever you want to call it. Same sound, essentially. I heard some dissonances. Yeah, that's the correct term. I couldn't think of the word. But yeah, you're right. What are the bonus points for? That's a good question. For me, the bonus points are going to be if I loved the video, or if I am a really big personal fan of the music. It's only an extra 10 points, but that can make the difference between a lot of stuff. So if it's like, if I'm actually vibing to it, because there's a lot of music I don't really connect to. I remember yesterday I listened to Rage, and his was crazy. I can guarantee you it's going to score high on the sheet. I didn't connect to the song very much, so that's an example of it. Whereas there was someone like Watt yesterday, and I really, really connected to the song. I feel like if you are not Rage, it's almost impossibility to make it in with MK2 and Launchpad. No. In the way that I explained how I'm going to judge it yesterday, no. It's you can make it in with an MK2 and Launchpad, because especially for stuff like mix, I explained it. Let me explain it again on this stream just quickly. So a 10 out of 10 mix on, and there's more to stuff than mix, but we'll go with mix especially, because mix is going to be the biggest difference between, and also complexity of how you perform it. mix and complexity of the performance are being a 10 out of 10 on a loop station. Well, let's actually go with a mix. A 10 out of 10 mix on a loop station is equivalent to a 6 or 7 out of 10 mix on a laptop. Now, if someone has a 10 out of 10 mix on a loop station compared to someone who has a 7 out of 10 mix on a laptop, for me, the person with the 10 out of 10 mix on the loop station will score higher in that factor, if that makes sense. That's the way I explained it yesterday. Now, if there is a 10 out of 10 mix on a loop station and a 10 out of 10 mix on a laptop, they will score the same. Hope that makes sense. Actually, would they score the same? I guess they have to. It keeps it fair. Yeah, what's up, GHG? Let's hear this drop. Because I'm not feeling it too much. Messy. A lot of messy sound. Oh, some clashing. This is a very good example of even though he's just using the loop station and a launchpad, this actually gets a low score in vocal source, because as far as I'm aware, he's done drums and oscillator bot for the entire track, and he's not even inputting the oscillator bot. So technicality, all the melodies are pre-made sequences and just recording drums. Free musicality. The melodies are accurate to the song, but the drop is not, and the drop is messy, and the vocal before the drop was not great. It gets higher than the previous one. It gets a 7. No, it doesn't. It gets a 6. Showmanship. He is showing himself, unlike the previous one. It's actually not bad. His showmanship's not bad. Surprisingly. It gets like an 8. No, it gets a 7 because he's performing well for something that doesn't warrant the great performance, which sounds really mean, but it's true. Originality, it's a cover. It's a 1-to-1 cover, or an attempted 1-to-1 cover. Colin Effects even had his own aspects in the song, even though his was also a 1-to-1 cover, pretty much. He had a few extra things that aren't in the original song, just small details. And this one also has different things, but they just don't fit it, so originality is going to be a 6. Vocal sourcing, it's just drums and oscillator bot playing itself, which is going to be a 5. What do you use to score the bonus? Just how much you enjoy it? Yeah, that's what I'm going to use it for. I'm not using the bonus points today, because I've been told I can't show my final score by people in the chat, which I don't know if that's true or not, but I'm assuming it is. I don't want to take the risk.
Hi, my name is KFP, and this is my Wildcraft League Grand Beatbox Battle 2025.
So I'll do the bonus scores off screen.
Okay.
For an MK2, already a better mix than the previous tier. Colin sounded good, but this is like up there as well. So you can share your points, but not the final rankings. Yeah, I mean, these points are not the final points because I haven't put in the bonus points. So technically, these are not the full points. But I don't know. I think it's important that people, if people wonder why they didn't score high, I think it's good for people to watch back and see. Lilo did the same, yeah. So whatever, I'm doing it. Stop me. If I start getting called by the SBX team and they start screaming at me, then I'll stop. But hopefully they won't. I'm sure they won't. Vocals are nice, yeah. That's cool. Manually doing the panning instead of like using just an automated effect. Not using autotune, which I appreciate. Everything kind of sounding where it has to be. Not the cleanest sound, but mix seems fine for the most part. The phaser kind of takes over a little. It's a bit of a tricky effect to use a phaser sometimes because the perceived loudness is normally less than what it actually is. Like the peaks in a phaser is typically pretty loud. But yeah. Is it an original? Check the description. It is not an original. Damn. Man. If you want to score on the sheet, you got to bring in the originals. It was clean though. It was clean. Technicality. Is vocals in the technicality? This is weird because in the technicality sheet it says technical vocal techniques, and in the musicality it says correct pitch and tone. Don't they kind of fall into each other? Kinda. I don't know. For me they kind of do, but it's basically down to mix. I'm gonna put it down to mix and sound design essentially. That seems to be what it mostly is. Mix and sound design, everything sounded kind of where it was supposed to be. The sound design was not spectacular at all. Quite basic sound design, nothing like outstanding. But mix placement was fine. Phaser was slightly resonant, but not too bad at all. I would say it's similar to Colin's, but Colin had a cleaner mix. Overall, everything was cleaner. So I'm gonna put it to a 12. Saw chord is cool. It was loud though at the intro. That was another thing. Thanks for reminding me of that. At the intro, the saw sound was pretty loud. Musicality didn't use autotune, and the singing was pretty good. Wasn't amazing, but it was pretty good. It definitely wasn't like noticeably off-puttingly bad. So that's cool. Composition and the structure of it sounded pretty good to me. I didn't feel like it was like dragging too much. Yeah, decent score there. Who got what here? Lilo got a 15. Colin got a 12. It is a cover, which I have to consider, but that is also considered an originality. So I'm going to give it a 13. Showmanship. Like showing himself, standing, which I like. Lilo, for example, wasn't standing. And it kind of put him down a little. I like how he manually does the panning. And he shows it, you know? Like he clearly shows it with his hand movements. So he performs that nice. Other than that, he's not really doing too much. But again, I don't feel like the track calls for like crazy performing. It's not that kind of thing. So the fact that he actually manually was showing the panning, which is cool, that is, in my opinion, a good part of performing. How does he bring in the notes at the start? So he just does a kick and lets it play. This is something I took into consideration when I made the track full. For example, when I made the track full, I was thinking that the intro sound, for example, this whole when it all comes in, I could have done this without manually doing it in the mic. But I feel like manually doing your sounds in the mic just makes the performance better. I'd like to see it more, rather than people going and then letting the melody play, because it looks like you're not really doing anything, you know? So, showmanship, despite what I've just said about that, I think it's actually the highest score so far, because of the manual panning. It was really cool. It's very similar to Colin. I'm gonna give it an 11, but that might go up. Maybe it might go up to a 12. Originality is a cover. I would listen to the song. This is a bit of a problem, right? I would listen to the original song and judge based on how accurate is it to the original song. But I don't want to get copywritten, which I probably would. I don't know if even, like, is that even a problem? Because I'm not even monetized. So I don't even know if that's really a big problem, but I don't want to risk anything. So I'm just gonna assume it's a pretty one-to-one cover. After the stream, I'm gonna actually put a note for covers. I'm gonna put it in the comments section for now, so I can go over it and then review the original song afterwards. Was anyone else a cover? Yes, Haniwa was a cover. It was the Skrillex one, wasn't it? Because the first two covers, I actually know the song. But for this one, I don't know the original song. So I'm just going to assume it's pretty much a one-to-one cover. but it's performed well. So originality is gonna be about the same as Colin. Again, like a 12. I'll give it the same. Vocal sourcing. I believe that is... Correct me if I'm wrong. Anyone who is deep into the MK2 at the moment with the meta. But that, to me, sounds like some sort of delay note put into a synth. Am I right? Grand delay, LPF, synth, chorus. Okay, so synth is used. It sounded like it, yeah. That also sounds like a synth. I'm going to assume that's oscillator bot or oscillator vocoder. So more elements have the oscillator bot sound than, or like synth sound than the previous ones. But his singing is really good. Not really good. It's good. It's solid. So due to there being a bit more elements of voice triggering than Colin effects, but due to the singing being more, and especially there being no auto-tune, and no auto-tune and the singing still being clearer and better than Colin effects' one, I'm actually going to score it the same as Colin. Because there's elements to put him down and there's elements to put him above. So I think the same is fair.
Yo, my name is Shima. This is my wildcard.
Hello, Zach. Man, we've got 40 viewers. I didn't expect that because it is so late. I didn't expect to get many viewers at all, to be honest, so that's cool. Vocal sourcing right there. Live beatbox input, although it doesn't sound the cleanest, which is something I need to take into consideration. It could be a lot cleaner, but an interesting choice. I remember this one. This one is in 15/16. I remember it being brought up in the chat yesterday. The time signature is very interesting, which goes into technicality. Oscillator bot melody or vocoder, whatever, same thing. I believe that's also oscillator vocoder, just manipulated. So is that. I'm connecting to the performance more. I'm not a big fan of the sound of the autotune, but that is just MK2 autotune, so you're kind of limited to it, sadly. I have to judge kind of based off what you're using. So hard to completely put it down as opposed to someone like Lilo who didn't have a great autotune sound but had the option to. Kind of a weird fade out. I feel like the filter went too low. It kind of felt like the track stopped. Not much impact here. Hello, Colin. Hope you enjoyed my piece. Yeah, it was thick, man. Well done. Is the autotune not from the C1? That's a good point. It actually might be. That didn't clock in my head that he's using a C1. I don't know why. Yeah, it very much might be. However, I still don't like the sound of it. But if it is from the C1, I need to know the capabilities of the C1 fully, because I used to have a TC Helicon, but it wasn't the C1. It was a more complex device. It was the Voice Live 3, which definitely had a lot more options in terms of autotune. So I don't know. To me, this carries the same quality as an MK2 autotune. That was cool. Cool outro. Bit of a weird one to judge. Technicality, which is the mix, essentially. Mix and sound design, that's essentially what it is. And the use of complex vocal techniques. I didn't hear any crazy vocal techniques, and it's hard to depict that with an autotune going on anyway. In terms of mix, is pretty low. The mix was not great. It wasn't inherently bad. I could hear everything, but there was no impact to a lot of stuff. But wait, let me just double check. Okay, complex time signatures falls into musicality. Okay, need to remember that. Because that is in 1516 time signature, which is interesting to say the least. So technicality, basically sound design and mix, there's nothing outstandingly special. And the mix, it isn't great. So I'm gonna go with it was better than Haniwa and K42. For sure. I'm gonna go with, but it wasn't as good as KFP, wasn't as good as Colin, and it wasn't as good as Lilo, so let's go with an 8. Go with an 8 on the mix. Musicality, pretty good singing with the use of autotune. I didn't hear the autotune break too bad. I wasn't a big fan of the tone of the autotune. But the odd time signatures puts it up quite a bit. It's pretty complex in that aspect as well. Um, 14. I think that's fair. Because like it being an odd time signature is impressive. But I don't think it makes the track great, you know? There's a difference between doing a cool time signature and it fitting the track and sounding good, as opposed to an odd time signature that doesn't really matter, you know? If the track was like sounding great and the time signature was like that would score high. But it doesn't. Showmanship, I think it's the best one yet. I did connect to his performance. I don't think it's outstanding by any means, but I'm gonna give it a 14. I think that's fair. Originality, it's actually pretty damn original. If it's not a cover, which it doesn't state that it's a cover, so I'm assuming it's not. And it being in that time signature is cool. It's original. I haven't really heard many tracks like that. I have to go as far to say it's more original than Lilo's. Realistically. 32. Voice sourcing. There was quite a bit of oscillator vocoder going on. And the use of auto-tune. So it doesn't score insanely high. What did I give KFP? 15. Because of the singing, I believe. Colin used less oscillator bot. And the singing was slightly worse, but both used auto-tune. So it scores lower. So voice sourcing is going to be a 12. That puts him in second so far. That's weird because in my personal taste, it's not my second favorite. But I said this yesterday. The score sheet for producer it's pretty odd. Like the tracks you would perceive to be the best don't fall necessarily into what the criteria would show. So bonus points will be used for these for sure. And probably I'll amend some scores as well. Colin, where do you sit? You're currently 4th. Okay. Up next is Yasweed, which is a weird one. I already remember because it's a solo device track.
Everyone,
I did say in yesterday's stream I was gonna ask SBX about this, but I think I've just decided if it's in the sheet, it's been accepted. So I'm just gonna judge it based on what it is. I might not agree with it, but I will judge it exactly the same. Without knowing if it's a cover, would you expect to revise this score if someone could provide information confirming it's a cover? Yes. If someone shows me that one of these is a cover that doesn't show that it's a cover in the video, then that will change the score. Absolutely. I mean, the vocals are obviously off here, but I can't mark it down because it's obviously ironic. It's obviously just for funny purposes.
Roll call to my playground. People of all ages are welcome. But most importantly, don't forget to have fun. Yo.
A little bit hard to hear his vocals, but not too bad.
Roll call to my playground.
Sound design, just noise. I can read up with the limit on my own fucking voice. You're in my playground, can't you see? Not here to please, here to make your ears bleed. No sound design, just noise. I can read up with the limit.
Quite a lot of use of oscillator bot. Cool vocals though, and good flow with the vocals.
No sound design, just noise. I can read up with the limit.
Catchy.
Are you ready? Not here to please, one more time. Your ears bleed. No sound design, just noise. I can read up with the limit on my own fucking voice. You're in my playground, can't you see? Not here to please, here to make your ears bleed. No sound design, just noise. I can read up with the limit on my own fucking voice. You're in my playground. Everybody fucking jump.
The melody's a little bit resonant, but everything kind of sits where it has to. Other than that, really impactful kick. I feel like the transient of the snare it could use a little more,
2,
but it's not bad.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I think.
Is it?
One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I think.
The melody is, yeah.
Psych. Just noise that you made to break the limit of my own fucking voice. You're in my playground, can't you see? Not here to please. Made to make your ears bleed.
I thought this went over time. That is a good point. Here's the deal. In the loop station criteria, which I'm looking at right now, there is a time penalty here. In the producer criteria, there is not. So that is something I'm gonna have to ask. Let me check. Does anyone know the like leniency on it? Is it 15 seconds? I'm pretty sure it is. Let me check on the site. $3 It's 3 minutes. I thought it was. Is it not 3:30? Why did I think it was 3:30? It's 3:30 minus or plus 15.
Uh,
16 seconds.
sound design, just noise that you made to break the limit of my own fucking voice. You're in my playground, can't you see? Not here to please. Made to make your ears bleed.
So he's bad maths. Or like 10 seconds over or something like that. No, 11 seconds over. 10 or 11. I don't remember. I might not have stopped it on time. It's something I'm gonna have to check. Because in this sheet there's no marking for time penalty. I'm just gonna judge it based on what is written in front of me, and then I'll ask SPX afterwards about time penalties. Because it is important to know. Technicality. Cleanliness. Mix. Sound design. It's pretty clean. Especially with the gear he's using. It's clean. a couple resonant frequencies. I mean, he says no sound design, just noise, but I mean, it is noisy, but it sounds good. Noisy in a good way. It's not painful. Not really. Not overly. So, technicality's pretty high. And he's looping it all, which is, it's important as well. That does fall into technicality, right? Complexity of the production, yeah. So technicality's high. It is high here. It's the highest so far. I feel like 16 is too low and 17 is too high. $16. Musicality. Structure. Composition. Pitch, tone, and key. Groove and rhythm. Complex time signatures. He did do this. He did the 7/8, but it's an automated sequence 7/8, so it's not really it's not an overall difficult thing to do in the moment. Still cool, but his overall track originally was set to 4/4. So, and what else was it? Correct pitch and key. There wasn't too much singing. There was a harmony that was not too bad on the lyrics. Composition is clean. Structure's great. So musicality is pretty high. 15. Showmanship, I think, is the best one yet for showmanship. He is sitting down, but the video is a lot of fun. It is a lot of fun. I can't deny that. The only thing is how much of it is he actually doing? Because a lot of it is editing of the video, which is not really, it's not actually a part of the live performance. But yeah, he's performing well.
No sound design, just noise. I get me the big element on my own fucking voice. You're in my playground, can't you see? Not here to please, made to make your ears bleed. No sound design, just noise. I get me the big element on my own fucking voice. Are you ready? Can't you see?
Yeah, good performing. Yeah, the editing and stuff I don't really take into account as much, but the actual performance itself, solid. Probably the highest yet as well. Like a 16. Originality, it's his own song. The no sound design, just noise. That is Yasweed. That is his thing. He is known for that. If you close your eyes and you listen to a looper, a lot of loopers, like newer loopers, you can't always tell who it is if you close your eyes and listen. If it's Yasweed and you close your eyes, you can tell it's Yasweed. That's original. In terms of like the actual composition itself, it's a pretty generic genre approach. So I'm not expecting like max scores here, but who got 32? It was Shima. Yeah, I've never heard anyone really like Shima. I'd put it lower, just because of the choice of genre is a pretty generic choice. It's kind of a meta right now, So in terms of originality, I'm gonna go 20. Lilo got 29. I'm gonna give it the same, I think. Because Lilo's genre of choice was more original, I would say, in the moment, because it doesn't follow the meta. I'd argue it's kind of a meta because of him, no? Not really. Not doing... Like, EDM style tracks has been the meta for quite a long time. like house tracks and 4 on the floor stuff. It's been a pretty common thing for years. Voice sourcing. Quite a lot of oscillator bot being used. So it's not really the best score. And there's not too much singing happening. But the flow of the vocals is nice. And it's catchy. So it's not the highest score. I believe it's a... What did Shima get? 12? I think it's a 13. Because the quality of the sounds he's doing, especially like the kick is beatbox, it's voice sourced, and it sounds super, like not beatbox, you know? Like it sounds like impressive. So yeah, it gets higher than Shima by 1 point. Next is Antrix. Insane intro. Really, really cool. I wish, man, I know it's part of the track, but just as a judge, I wish I could hear the stuff he's doing here. I understand it makes the track better. He's obviously sampling. But I'd like to know what it is he's sampling.
Yuan, Antrix, and this is my wildcard for the GBB.
But in terms of structure, this is a real song right now.
I hope you enjoy this.
No awkward breaks or anything.
One last breath, make the moment bloom. Don't think about it, you should run soon. Feel the fire, let it fill the room. Everybody make him go boom.
Super clean vocal mix. Really stands out.
Everybody make him go.
And good vocals as well. On pitch. I mean, he's... I'm assuming he's using some auto-tune because it sounds really good. And I've known Antrix not to be, like, such an amazing singer. But the quality of the auto-tune he's using is really good. This is what I'm saying. Like, compared to, like, Lilo, for example, who was also using a DAW. I wasn't a big fan of the sound of his auto-tune, but this one is much, much better. Super nice. I'd like to know what he's doing in the moment when he's pressing these buttons. Because with a DAW, it's really hard to know. You know? I'm going to assume he's doing stuff. But it's hard to tell exactly what he's doing. And if he is doing stuff, he's doing quite a lot, actually. I guess that button was to change the vocal chain, sorry, because now it's a lot more atmospheric. Yeah, it seems to, because he switched back.
Let's live for today. chasing the thrill, not the care and the way.
Really nice progression.
Tonight, don't know where we should stay. One last breath, make the moment bloom.
Back to it.
Think about it, you should run soon. Feel the fire, let it fill the room. Everybody make it good. Alright, thank you for watching my wildcard, but I gotta tell you one more thing.
I actually used the Ableton auto shift, but using MIDI for pre-program the whole thing. Because my singing is horrible and that's why it sounds like that's better. Whoa, hold on. Let me go back and see that.
Everybody make it good. Alright, thank you for watching my wildcard, but I gotta tell you one more thing.
That's the kind of stuff that goes into my voice source criteria, adding beatbox elements. Because this track might be completely vocally sourced. Does it sound like it? No. It would still score high. But now that he's added beatbox factors into it, now it's getting a serious score. With the good vocals as well. I wish the beatbox was a bit louder. I agree. A little bit. Hard to focus exactly what he's doing. Yeah, really good. How does that fit on the sheet? How does that fit on the sheet? Sound design, cleanliness, mix. I mean, vocals sound really well mixed, really nice. Everything sounds well mixed. I can't lie.
Everybody make 'em go.
Really nitpicking, but maybe some of the higher frequencies in the bass line are a bit loud for the drum set, but that is really nitpicking. It's like it's really good. Really not much to complain about there. Technicality. Also he's doing stuff. He's not just letting the track play out. He's pressing buttons to change his vocal chain. He's also pressing other buttons in the middle. I don't know what he's doing exactly. It's hard to know, but he's doing stuff to perform the track. He's not just sitting there. So technicality. That's a serious score. Are you ready for this score? You ready for this score? I believe. Wait. Let me just read the criteria one more time. Okay. Technicality score is 19. Very serious score. Musicality score. Correct pitch and tone. Composition, structure. Complex time signatures. The choice of genre and the way he performed it was a little generic. Now, I'm not saying if you're going to do house music, there's always going to be generic. You're going to get a generic score. But in a competition where it has to be on a criteria, you should maybe add a few unique elements that separates it from the generic genre of what it is. He did have a switch, and it was great. The structure was flawless to me. I thought the structure was great. Sounds like a real song. Musicality is wonderful. The vocals are great as well. Vocals are great. Really, really great. 18. 18, man. Mad score. Showmanship, again, really good. Yeah, I connect to it. I connect to him when he's performing it. You can tell he's confident in the track that he performs. 18. Oh, not 12, 18. If you want to get 20 on showmanship, you better bro, you better do your wild card on the ceiling. You better be walking upside down on the ceiling, man. Because that's going to be tough to get a max score on showmanship. But yeah, originality. It's an original track. It's really hard to rate originality when it's an original track and it's flawless, because it is flawless and it's an original. I don't know what I'm reading over there. It's not even written there. Like I said, the choice of genre and the way he performed the genre it's a little generic. It's his song though, and it's catchy as. It's the highest score so far. Shima is the highest score so far. Again, I never heard anything like Shima's, but this is just like, I could listen to this on Spotify, man. And it being an original song, and it being that quality, that's already just super original. $34. Voice sourcing. Everything is voice sourced. It doesn't necessarily correlate to being, for the most part, like nothing was super correlating to being vocal. It sounded all produced, which to the listener's ear, you don't correlate it to voice. But then he brought in the beatbox elements later, which ups the score. I can't give it a 20 because the way everything sounds, I don't connect it to voice. So I can't give it a max score, but it's very damn close to it. I'm breaking out the 0.5s. We're doing 0.5s now. It's 18.5. Super respectable. Actually, no. I take that back. The singing was amazing. Singing was super, super clean. Even though it was on autotune, the autotune sounded great. It's 19 on voice sourcing. That puts Antrix at the moment in a very big lead. Damn. GG. Amazing. Really, really good job. Hello, man. Your music and beatbox are great. Hello from Russia. Hello. Hope you're doing well, and thank you. Let's go with YMA.
Yo, this is YMA from Japan. This is my...
Ah, I remember this one. Don't know how I feel about the weird panning. It's very off-putting. So essentially, I remember this one being a cover of like 6 songs apparently. What's he using? Oh, he's using Ableton. He's using the trial of Ableton. That's funny. My man got the trial and had a producer. What if the trial runs out, man? You gotta buy it. If you get in. Here's the thing with this. It's 6 covers, right? There's so many covers. But actually, the idea of doing a medley of loads of game songs is original. Like, that idea is original. It's just the fact that it's, like, the tracks aren't. So actually, this is going to score higher in originality than just doing a straight cover. Not much impact on the drums. Not that it really needs it, actually. That was kind of a weird comment, because this kind of genre of game music doesn't call for that. It calls for these drums. So, actually, I take that back. Yeah, some weird panning. What's the panning about? So odd. Are you going to be streaming giving points for the loop station wildcards? It's a good question. Should I? It's going to be much longer. Maybe I should. But again, it won't be the final score. I can't show the final score, apparently. There is bonus points in the loop station wildcard, so probably, yeah. I will definitely have to go through them quicker. Like, for example, there's some cases here where I'm kind of skipping through. That will happen a lot in the loop stations, probably. Because I already have marked a lot of loop station wildcards as being high level. I've already kind of done a big narrow down of that. Yeah, I get the gist of this one. Technicality. So that's mix and cleanliness and sound design. I mean, it sounds perfect to what he's doing. Hard to read the donation text when you have the scorecard open. Yeah, I know. Actually, do you know what? I could put it... Where can I put it then? I can put it, like, where my camera is, but... Wait, what did I just do? I'm going to have to make it smaller. There you go. Hopefully that's still, like, you can read it. Anyway, what was I saying? Sound design. It sounds true to what he's trying to do. But with there's so many weird panning stuff happening that it's kind of odd. I'd also... it doesn't state if it's completely vocally sourced. So I have to assume he does sample his vocal. What is that?
Oh.
Yeah, he samples the vocal.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm gonna assume it's vocally sourced. I have to assume it. But anyway, that goes there. Technicality, in terms of mix, it's weird because it's not a strong mix, but in terms of the genre he tried to do, it's correct to what it has to be. So to be honest, he doesn't really get a bad score there, but the panning is so weird and so out of place that I have to give it, and especially for it being on a door, I have to keep that in mind. Yeah, it actually doesn't score great because it's done on a door as well. And considering the gear that is being used, it gets a 9 on the technicality. Because he's also not doing much. He's kind of standing there and just letting the track play out. In fact, it gets an 8. Musicality. Structure. Composition. It's 6 songs chucked into one. Correct pitch and tone. He doesn't sing at all. Use of dynamics. There's not much. And the transitions between the covers feels a little strange sometimes. But the fact that he did that genre, which is not typically done, is going to score him a 10. No, it's not. It's going to score him a 9. Showmanship. You can't even see anything. You just see his face, and he's not doing much. So, a 4. Originality. It's more original than doing a straight up cover because he's done 6 covers in a medley in a pretty original way when it comes to like these competitions. But again, it is 6 covers. So 15. Who got 15 on originality there? K42. Ah. Okay, yeah, I'm happy with that. Voice sourcing. Everything seemed voice sourced. But nothing was really correlated to voice. So it gets a decent score, but it's not outstanding. Everything's technically voice sourced. It doesn't sound it. So I give it a 16. Because there's no singing either. In fact, no, 15. Because there's no singing at all, so you don't get a sense for his like vocal abilities at all. You just kind of get and that's it. But everything is technically voiced, so it has to get a pretty decent score. No, not 15, 14. I'm happy with that. Yeah, I'm happy with that. Next up is Omu. What's up, Mid Abyss?
Yo guys.
On this fine evening. It's the morning.
And this is my welcome for Grammy Box Battle.
But I'm doing well. How are you?
Producer category. Let's go.
Pretty clean. Not the biggest fan of the snare, but it's pretty clean. Pretty mad in the high end. I'm chilling. Are we doing an all-night or are we? We're definitely going to bed late. Bro, we got 60 viewers. I did not expect this many viewers, I must say. That's nice. Use of oscillator bot. And I believe the chords are as well. It would seem so. Not too much impact on the drop. The melody is also loud compared to everything. It's definitely getting the most of my attention. That's a nice change in melody. Yeah, loud in them high resonance frequencies. I'm guessing the scores we're seeing aren't going to be the official score. No, I still need to add my bonus points, which I will. And the bonus points are out of 10, so that when this is finished, and there is seemingly a top 2, don't expect that to be the top 2, because 10 points is a big deal when it's going to come down to the scores being close, and after watching all of these, they will be close. Omu, not too much to take away from it. I mean, technicality mix was not too bad, considering the gear he's using. But the melody was loud and definitely quite resonant, heavy. Top 2 is just silly, innit? Yeah, top 2 is crazy. There's too many good ones. So technicality. Complexity of the production, cleanliness, sound design. I did like some of the way he brought the melody in later on, and the kind of synth that was filtering in and out throughout was nice. But the drop did not have much impact. So that comes down to the cleanliness, doesn't it? So I'm gonna give it a. It definitely wasn't bad, but the lack of impact on the drop, for me, is gonna score it a 10, especially with the frequencies as well. Musicality, groove and rhythm, it was pretty one-dimensional. Correct pitch and tone, there was no singing to really know of, but everything seemed to be in key. But it's pre-automated, so that's not too difficult to do as long as you know what's going to be in key and what's not. Structure was fine. Structure was not bad at all. Composition was quite nice. Let me just check. I always need to check the description. Took me a long time to come up with the melody, so I'm very much assuming this is his song. Musicality. Yeah, no pitch and tone to go off. Structure was fine. Groove and rhythm is pretty basic. There's no complex time signatures going on. Use of dynamics. The drop did not connect well. But structurally, it's fine. So, 11. Showmanship. Pretty average, right? Just kind of standing and doing the loop. There's definitely nothing to super complain about. Of course, he can move around But to move around when there's nothing to do gets a little bit less than moving around when you actually have to perform in the moment. So showmanship gets a pretty mid-range score of 11. Originality, it's his song. It's just not refined. And the sound palette of choice is very generic. The way the arpeggiator came in later, the melody came in later, was nice. I think it's gonna get a 19. I think that's a little harsh, actually. I'm gonna give it a 21. And voice sourcing, other than the drums, it's essentially all oscillator bot, right? There's no vocals. Not entirely sure about the bass. The bass might be a delay. Where does he record it? It doesn't seem like he changes effects at any point. So I'm going to assume it's oscillator bot. It's hard to tell. So voice sourcing is going to get a... Yeah, lack of vocals. That's kind of a big deal. And a lot of oscillator bot use. It also gets a 10. No, it gets a 9. Okay. Next up is What, which, as I remember, it was one of my favorites in my personal taste. Definitely, before I score this one, definitely expect the points for this one to change, because this one will be getting some bonus points, more than likely.
This is my wildcard for the GBB 2025 producer category. Let's do it again.
Let me zone in again. Let me lock in here. Sampling. It sounds like a sine wave. It could easily be done with a filter. Let me just check the description. It's all vocally sourced, stated by him. So I'm inclined to believe it. Using the signs on the loop station to control the door. Good to see that he's not doing nothing. It's hard to understand the vocals, but this is super accurate to the genre that he's trying to do. So, no complaints there. Now it's fine, you see. I can't understand it, but it's not my language, so what can I say? And it suits it. Cool delay there. Super cool transition. Is he's gotten a sign changing the vocal chain here, right? When he's whispering. Yeah. Seems to. Wow. insanely accurate. I would say maybe there's a lot of low end in the stereo field, but because this is the only element of the track really playing, it's not really that big of a deal. That only really becomes a huge deal when there's so much other stuff happening. So I'm gonna kind of let it slide here. It's not the biggest deal. Because when it's the only element, it's not really a huge problem. Not as much, anyway. And it completely suits the genre that he's going for. Maybe he could have panned it a little more. It could have impacted more if, instead of using, which seems to be a reverb for the entire pan, maybe a distortion for like the lower end and then a reverb to pan the higher end and then pan the distortion. It might have came out a little cleaner. But really nitpicking. Super accurate.
1, 2, 1, 2. Doing this shit again. I'm a bastard. Going back to the start, man. Fuck this, I'm hungry. Like a motherfucker, strip of wetry.
Gets me every time, man. Man, that gets me every single time I hear it.
Yo, 1, 2, 1, 2. Doing this shit again. I'm a bastard. Going back to the start, man. Fuck this, I'm hungry. Like a motherfucker, strip of wetry. Take your rhymes, each and every single one of them are gonna put you in the graveyard. I'm the savior, yeah. Under the radar, hey now, still with me like I'm the sailor. No one gonna save you. Fuck, you're making crater. Slice into you like I'm a
performance really suits what he's doing as well.
Trust me, I'm the lyrical killer. Mastermind driller. I'm a smasher, hella beast. Squished by a gorilla, bitch. Thinking dollar billa. On my mama, flip a killer. Spitting fire like Godzilla. Speed up the rhythm, yeah. They're telling me I shouldn't, but I should.
Yeah, voice effects are so cool. With this little, I think I went back a little bit too far. Oh no. He clicks a button on the loop station, and it brings in this, like, octave up voice behind his vocal when he says lyrical killer. Perfect. So perfect for the genre.
Stop telling me, bro, you're not my fucking brother, motherfucker. Taking a shot from my Glock. Bullets loaded, bang, bang, blocker, gonna throw some knuckles. Gonna throw some knuckles. Doing this shit again, fuck yeah.
Oh. Live vocal elements as well of that transition. That's what I like to see. In the moment, bring the mic to your mouth and do something, you know? Mid-track. That's performance elements right there. And it's also vocal source elements. You don't connect it as much to the voice, but he's doing it live in the moment. Yeah. Time to rank it. This is definitely going to be getting some bonus points as well for me, because that is just fire. The way he... Also, something I need to remember is this. The way on that transition, the way he captures the snare is super good. There's one part I don't like too much about it, and I will point it out. Well, I wouldn't say I don't like it. It's a love-hate thing. And it's right here.
Yo, 1 2 1 2.
It's this. It's like, I love how his vocals filter into it. Because he says, yo, and it's filtered. And when he's like, 1 2, it like raises up in the filter. But then, right here.
2.
You hear that? There's like some USB noise. And like, you can hear a lot of background noise.
Doing this shit again. I'm a bastard. Going back to the
Which I'm not entirely sure about. It's a very small detail. But yeah, the way he catches this snare here.
Doing this shit again. I'm a bastard. Going back to the start, man. Fuck this, I'm hungry. Like a motherfucker, strip of wetry. Take your rhymes, each and every single one of them are gonna put you in the graveyard. I'm the savior. Yeah, under the radar.
Flow is sick. Let's just get to it. Technicality. Cleanliness. Mix. Sound design. Sound design is great. I wouldn't say it's mind-blowing. It's pretty impressive on that kick, on the first drop. But again, like, there's just something that catches me off about it, about the reverb being so wide. A little bit. But it's really hard to critique much. What did Antrix get? He got a 19 for technicality. And he's also... He's actually performing, I believe, more than Antrix. Maybe a little bit. Because he's changing his vocal chains very often in this. And also the way he catches the snare on the switch is pretty technical. The way he flows with his rap, it's pretty damn technical as well. Is it as technical as Antrix? Because I prefer Antrix's mix and I prefer his sound design. In terms of vocals, they're almost the same. But vocals is more of a musicality thing. I'm going to put it as an 18. Musicality. In terms of singing, he didn't really sing too much. Besides in like the first section where it wasn't like, you know, it wasn't like clear singing. But his rap was great. I would actually say his rap skill like evens it out with Antrix's clean vocal chain, you know. It might even put it above. Because rapping in itself, especially on the flow that he had, his flow is really good. And Antrix's singing was super clean. It's not like it's outstanding singing. But Watt's rapping was actually pretty, almost outstanding. Really, really good. That is a tough one. That is a tough one. Let me just check it again. Structure. Yeah, the switch is amazing. The switch is amazing, actually. Groove and rhythm. I mean, also the switch. Complex time signatures. There's nothing too complex, but the switch of genre is seamless. Antrix got an 18, and I'm giving this a 19. Showmanship. He's not doing anything crazy. He doesn't need to. The way he's performing it is the way it should be performed. I believe. Let me check how he performed the first drop. Yeah, I like it.
fuss.
I think he could perform this drop a little better, maybe. Because it kind of seems like he's waiting around for like the next transitions a little, when he could be like getting into it more. I like the way he's like showing the kick placements sometimes. This is performed perfectly to me. I wish he'd look at the camera a little bit more. Yeah, like this. Don't look down. Tell me, you know? This is so, like, this part is so aggressive. Could you imagine battling this? But then he's looking down. Like stare into my soul, man. On this part. But still, great performance. Antrix got an 18. Antrix performed great as well. I'm going to give it a 17 on performance. Originality, that switch, man. And that, to be honest, both genres. I mean, the first genre has definitely been done before, but the way, how accurately he did it hasn't. And especially using, like, I believe it's his own language. Like, that fits that kind of genre as well, you know? And the switch, that is original, man. No covers here either. Damn. What did Antrix get here? 34. 34 is a high score. And this is out of 40. Hmm. $37. Who's doing a switch like that? And then who's doing a genre like that in the second half? I haven't heard it. Not to that degree. That is original. And voice sourcing. Everything is vocally sourced. I don't correlate much stuff to being vocal. Even what he samples sounds like a sine wave. I mean, don't get me wrong, it is vocal. Yeah, everything doesn't really correlate to my ears as being something that is the voice. But everything's vocally sourced, so it's going to score high by default, and everything sounds super, super clean, so it's going to get a high score. Is it going to be as high as Antrix's score? No, it's not. Because Antrix added the beatbox elements in there, which really pushed him to that 19. He did do a part later on where he did a transition with his voice. Didn't sound like the voice, but he put the mic to his mouth and shown that he did it, which for me does a lot also. I'm breaking out the 0.5s now. I was going to do it for Antrix, but now I'm breaking out the 0.5s. $17.5. Are you seeing these scores here? Antrix with 108 and Watt with 108.5. What is happening? And believe me, both of them, especially after re-listening to Antrix, both of them are going to be getting a lot of bonus points. If I had to predict it. When I heard Antrix yesterday, I wasn't the biggest fan actually, but hearing it today, I'm actually a lot more into it. Damn, a 0.5 difference. That's insane. Okay, next up is Impotence.
Hello, my name is Impotence from Japan. This is my wildcard video for GBB 2020.
All vocal source. No mention of a cover.
25 producer category.
Super strong kick. I like it. And high energy. Not the biggest fan of the snare choice. But when the level's going to be this high, that's the kind of stuff I need to focus on.
Rise up, feel the fire in your soul. Step out to the words
Cool transition.
Stay strong, don't look back, this path is yours.
Not the biggest fan of the vocal.
It's time to fight.
Transition sick. Nice switch. Not really feeling the flow of the lyrics. I think I said that yesterday as well. Wish they wouldn't speak in English if they're not fluent. You may as well use your own language with English subtitles. I kind of agree, but the only problem with that is like, especially for stuff like rap, like if someone's gonna rap in Japanese and you translate it, it's not gonna come across as rhyming in English a lot of the time, you know? So it might also be a weird backfire as well. It's a difficult one. Go back a little bit.
Rise up, feel the fire in your soul. Step out to the words that are explore. Stay strong, don't look back, this path is
Yeah, I would like to see them. I'd like to see him rap in Japanese mostly. But maybe just without the English subtitles, because that might throw people off. But I'm all for it.
So, it's time to fight.
Let's go.
Pretty similar to the first half. I like his energy. His energy's sick. I wish the last note had some reverb or something, just to make the outro a little nicer. But nice one. Really nice one. Cleanliness. Complexity of the production. Sound design. Mix is great. I don't have much to complain about on the mix, besides maybe the vocals. How does Antrix's wildcard being reused factor into scoring for you? It doesn't. It factors into, like, I would say maybe it's a slight disadvantage if it's coming down to bonus points. Only because I've heard the track before, and you know, when you find a really nice song on Spotify for the first time and you hear it, it's like, wow, what's this new song? You hear it the second time, and then you know where it's gonna go, you know. But I try to hear it as it's my first time, as well. So I'm gonna try my best to not let it factor into bonus score. Everything else stays the same. I don't factor it at all in the other criteria. Anyway, technicality mix is great. Besides maybe the vocals. I mean, the mix on the vocals isn't too bad. It's just hard to understand what he's saying, but that's also down to the language, I think. But mix is good. I would actually say the mix, especially like around this area. Yeah, I'd like to hear some reverb or like some more stereo field in the vocals to make them stand out.
So it's time to fight.
Yeah, that mix is up there with Antrix. And for me, Antrix has the best mix so far. But is it as complex? That's actually a good question, and that is something I didn't focus on too much. I need to just check over quickly. He's manually playing the kicks here. Why is it not come up?
Rise up, fuse of fire in your soul. Step out to the words that I explore. Stay strong, don't look back, this bus it's yours.
So it's time to fight.
Yeah, I mean, he's pressing a few things. He's got this kind of rise on this knob here. And he did rotate it. And it seemed to be in sync with the sound. He's pressing buttons for different sections of the song. I wouldn't say he's doing as much in terms of changing his input as what Antrix and Watt did. So I think it's a little bit lower. But the mix is great. I'm going to give it a 17.5. Musicality. Correct pitch and in key. It seems to be in key, but the vocals are just not feeling them. You know? Structure, use of dynamics, groove and rhythm. Again, the vocals seemed like they were off, like they were just not flowing well. Use of dynamics. It's not bad. Structure, it felt repetitive. Vocal could have been a little louder. Yeah, I was checking over it. I'm not sure the volume is the problem. I think it's...
Rise up, fuse of fire in your soul.
I feel like it's just flat, you know? Like, it seems like it hasn't had much done to it. I don't hear any reverb or like stereo width or anything, which would make it stand out more. Yeah, it also seems like a little muddy. Maybe like low cut your vocals and just make the high end of the vocals a little wider just to stand out. Yeah, and a little repetitive. I'm gonna give it a 16, or is that too harsh? Is that too harsh? Yasweed got off 15. I don't think that is too harsh. Showmanship. Man, you're scoring high for showmanship. I love the energy. How much are you contributing to the track in the moment, including that energy? Not too much. You're pressing a few buttons. I'd like to see, like, the buttons you're pressing. I'd like to see it change what you're doing in the mic at the moment. Like, But your performance is really fun, and I connect to it. Antrix was an 18. What was a 17? I'm inclined to give this a 17. Originality. A pretty generic genre choice. I should stop saying genre choice. It's not the genre choice. It's the approach to the genre was done in quite a generic way. And same for the second drop. Also fell into the pretty much the same thing. But it's his own song. Again. So it's definitely not going to be a low score. $27. And voice sourcing. Everything is voice sourced. But the only thing that I am hearing in my ears that I connect to the voice is the vocal. And the vocal does not sound great. So what do you guys think? A 15 or a 15.5? $13? I think 13's a little harsh. 15.5, you think? Yeah, I think I agree. Yeah, considering Asuo Coda got 15, that's what I'm thinking. But in the same respect, because I was looking at this. KFP got 15. He used Osbot, but his singing was good. In the same respect, Colin Effects got 15. And he used, I mean, not as much Osbot. Only one element of the track was Osbot, but his singing was not great either. I'm actually inclined to believe his singing was slightly worse than Impotence. Could lower other people. I'm thinking I'm gonna. I think I'm going to. Colin's gonna get a 14. When you keep watching, man, the level increases. Changes need to be made. But yeah, with Impotence, there's nothing here. Like, just bear with me, right? Just imagine you don't have the knowledge that this is voice sourced, right? Just keep in mind, like, imagine you are like a listener, right? And tell me what part of this song is vocal.
this pussy, it's yours.
So it's time to fight.
Because to me, it's only the lyrics. And if you want to score super high in like a vocal source, yes, everything can be vocal source. You score high by default if you do that. But it needs to correlate to sounding that way also in ways. And if the only thing that you're having that's correlating to sounding like vocal is, like, not to be mean, but below par lyrics and singing, it scores lower. So yeah, 15.5 I think is fair. I'm happy with that. I might have to make some changes, but I don't think that's unfair. Yeah, exactly. I can see how non-musicians wouldn't know. Exactly, and I mean, at the end of the day, for the most part, the intention is to perform at the GUB in front of, for the most part, non-musicians, like just people who enjoy it, you know.
Yo, this is Harvey from the UK, and this is my wildcard for the GBB 2025 World League Producer category.
Hello everyone, it's my new track Buried. Okay, my track Buried, so I'm assuming it's not a cover. Everything you hear is vocally sourced. Good to know. And he's dead.
And this is my new track Buried. Hope you enjoy.
Let me go back a little. Just as a judge, I'd love to hear the sample. I get why not. Because technically the song is better without you going "oh" into the mic at the start. I would just like to hear it. As a judge. Oh, Harvey in chat. Since you're here, Harvey, please tell me, because I've just seen this, what are you doing here on these buttons? If you can explain it. I'm assuming it's sampling. Because, I mean, you did it really quick, so I'm assuming you didn't sample drums that quickly. If you did, that is crazy. You are a psychopath. Man was like, you know what I mean? Done. You did sample them, but you did drums like that. Hold up. Oh yeah, you did. My man's crazy. Super clean drums. Wow. So many elements happening. Nice tremoloed effect on the vocal. Not the biggest like fan of the vocal. I like the vocal chain. I like the sound of it. I just wish there was some more variation in the notes. Nice switch. Well, it's not really a switch, it's more of a breakdown, but you know what I mean. Super nice. What is that? I hear a little vocal sample in there. What is this? I like it. Sampled it in. Good job I got my listening ears on, you know what I mean? Because for me and my taste, that goes towards vocal source a little. Pretty cool switch. Don't know if it called for it. Don't know if the track needed it. Feels a little out of place, but always cool to keep it in there. For that kind of switch, I wish there was a bit more transient on the kick, you know? Because if you're gonna switch to that genre, you need that blasting kick to like fully impact. Where the kick for the most part still seems pretty minimalistic. Is there an outro? Oh, okay. Yeah, good job. Really complex. Cleanliness. Vocal techniques. Sound design. Sound design is crazy. Might I say... Wait. Let me concentrate. Yeah. Best sound design so far. Most complex sound design so far. Frequency placed in and mixed down. Cleanliness, consistency. Man, I can't knock it much. Really can't. The only thing I would say is maybe I just wish the kick in the final part just had a bit more punch. But I mean, man, I am struggling not to give this a 19 right now. What do you guys think? 15? Man, you are crazy. 15? I don't know about 15, buddy. I'm really thinking 19. The thing is, Antrix had, let me just see again. Complexity of the production. I feel like Antrix's transitions and the way it flowed was cleaner. Like it felt more complete, like as one seamless piece, where the last drop in this came across kind of forced. So, but structure mainly it's a musicality thing actually. So I don't even know why I'm bringing this into technicality. Yeah, technicality is mixed. Man, consistency. How consistent the sounds you perform are in the routine. Man, yeah, I'm not gonna talk about it much more. It's a 19. That's a 19. Musicality, structure, groove, rhythm, pitch, and tone. I did say I wasn't the biggest fan of the vocals. I wish there was some more pitch variation in the singing. And sometimes it came across like a little bit obnoxious in places. Structure for me was great until the final section, which I felt was a little forced. But it also did add a switch, which kind of also adds to the points of it. So it kind of evens that out. Yeah, in terms of composition, it felt forced for me. But groove and rhythm, it favours that. Who got what on this? What got a 19? Antrix got an 18. Impotence got a 16. And Yasweed got a 15. $17. I am thinking that. I am thinking something like a 17. Either a 16.5 or a 17. Showmanship. Let's check this out. Again, it's kind of performing and going crazy for the sake of going crazy, which is fine. I just wish there was some live elements being added in the moment. I've just noticed Harvey has the same tendency that I have. When you're performing and like dancing around, you like grab the loop station fader and stuff. I do the same thing. I don't know why. Yeah, I'd like to see some live elements in the performance. Like add like an arpeggiator and like bring it in with your voice, you know? It connects me to it more. Because right now it's like I'm watching a DJ set, which is cool, but it's the Grand Beatbox Battle. And I like to connect to what is being done in the moment. But the performance itself is cool. It reminds me a lot of like Impotence, around the same level. Like a lot of energy. Yeah, more energy than What. But What definitely had more, like a couple more things where he was like moving and doing stuff in the mic, and his performance felt more suited for the style that he did. But I will give it the same score of 17 because the energy's high. Originality. It's an original track. I would say in the producer category, it's a pretty go-to genre choice at the moment. But the amount of like complex stuff he's doing with the sound designs, super cool. That definitely separates him. As much as I wasn't a huge fan of the vocals, I must say they are. I get them. I get the vibe he's going for, and it is pretty original. It comes across to have some like metal influence. Yeah, okay. I've heard enough. Originality. It's not as original as what? And mm, 34.5. I think it's slightly more original than Antrix. Voice sourcing. Not much to correlate to the voice. I feel it's quite similar to Impotence in that way. Although, I did pick up on that small vocal sample, which I'm happy I picked up on, because that was a really nice feature. So it is going to score higher than Impotence, because I would say I wasn't a huge fan of the singing. I definitely like the singing more than I like Impotence's singing, and there was some vocal factor in the beat itself. It's going to get a 16.5. Or a very respectable score. And we're not doing the bonus points at the moment. So keep that in mind, remember. These are not the official scores. But yeah, good job. Really good job. Next up is Rage.
This is Rage, and this is my producer wildcard for the GBB 2025.
I think I saw Rage
World
in
League.
chat, right? I don't know if he's still here. Maybe. Wow. Let me go back to the start. I want to see what he's doing. Okay, just a vocal sample, it seems. Another vocal sample. Super nice sound design here. Oh, the chords in the background as well. Not the nicest tone of singing, but the vocal chain really suits it. And he's not off key at all, so it sounds good. Oh, super nice riser. Wow, that bass line's super nice. kind of rumble-esque bass line is so nice. Oh. I wish it kept going. I wish those bass lines kept going. Because I love this. I love that. I'm not the biggest fan of that synth there. I feel like it just missed the low end.
The questions that haunt me are driving me crazy. But I keep on fighting. The reason to fight is the hunger inside me.
A crazy vocal tone.
The questions that haunt me are driving me crazy. But I keep on fighting. The reason to fight is the hunger inside me.
Did you hear that? Listen closely. Listen in the background and listen to the blood in my... Listen. Oh, so cool. Wow, what? My guy doesn't mess around with the outros either. Which I'm always a big fan of. Damn. And every time he did that blood in my eye lyric on the last drop, he did it every time. It wasn't once. He was performing and singing it in the moment. That goes in the voice source for sure. And I'm assuming, I'll just check the description. Vocally sourced, everything. Okay. Technicality, cleanliness, sound design's off the charts. Cleanliness, everything was pretty clean. Sounded pretty damn clean to me. There was a couple things that kind of threw me off. That one bass that I mentioned, and I felt like the first half of the rhythm drop could have been a little more clean. But I mean, that kind of also falls into the genre that it is. So it's hard to complain about it too much. Let me listen to it again. Yeah, this part's super clean. I love that. Frequency placement and mix down. I mean, what can I say? Sounds fine. Complexity of the production. Crazy. I wish I could see the launch pad the whole time so I could see more of what he's doing, because that would favor the complexity more. Because from what I can tell, it seems like he sampled and he stood. Which, as you know by now, if you've been watching the whole stream, I'm not the biggest fan of. But in terms of like the sound design and everything that's happening, it's undeniably crazy. It's gonna get an 18.5, I think. Let me check again. Let me. I need to rewatch it a bit. I need to focus on the launch pad and see what he's doing live in the moment. I wish I could just see it more. Okay. It's so hard because I can't see. Yeah, like so much is happening and he's not like doing much. It seems like that. It seems like he's just pressing the button to launch the next section of the track. Is what it seems like. And most of it is completely automated. Where with Harvey, there was a lot of there was a bit more live sampling in the moment. I think 18.5 is a fair score. I think it is. Because sound design wise, it's like it's around the same as Harvey. It's a bit more. It's a little bit higher. But Harvey's was also crazy. They're pretty close. But I just feel like the lack of seeing the performance of what he's doing puts it down a little. Musicality. Correct pitch and tone. Like I said, I'm not the biggest fan of the tone of his voice, but I am a big fan of the vocal chain that he's using, and it was all on pitch. So, not many complaints there. Composition. For me, I feel the first drop kind of is a bit out of place. A little bit. I think it's... When I'm hearing the build-up, I do not expect that drop, you know? It kind of feels like a slightly... It feels a bit like a different song has just played. Structurally, it's great, and it's impressive as well, unique. The way it's structured is really well thought out. Use of dynamics. Create a journey and a dynamic change throughout the routine. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, it had dynamics. Groove and rhythm. Yeah, the drum patterns, especially on the first drop, were really cool. And in terms of time signatures, I think it was pretty much all 4/4. From what I could tell. Yeah, it is, right. Difficult, man. Structure's crazy, dynamics is crazy. Just not the biggest fan of the tone of voice. Groove and rhythm. It's gonna be high. It's gonna score high. What got a 19? Antrix got an 18. I preferred the structure to Harvey's. I'm feeling an 18. I think. 17 seems like a fair score, or 17.5. I can get behind 17.5. But I think 18. Yeah. I think structurally it's just it's above Harvey's, because Harvey's last drop really, for me, felt kind of out of place, and nothing really strongly felt out of place in this. It was just kind of the first drop a little bit, and it wasn't too bad. It's 18. I'm not gonna think about it too much more. Showmanship. I just wish, like, you know, when there's like stuff like this happening, when the vocals are coming in, just sing it. Like, why not? It adds more. It will add more to the track in terms of getting on the sheet for performance. But the performance seems great. Like that. He did it there. What's wrong with that? He's doing it now.
The questions that haunt me are driving me crazy. The questions that haunt me are driving me crazy. But I keep on finding the reason to fight and see
Showmanship's high. Technicality is 19, same as Harvey. I do believe. I believe the track is more complex than Harvey's. Although Harvey's is a super complex track. I just need to see more of what he's doing. And like the launch pad and stuff isn't in the shot. Anyway, we're on showmanship. I'm gonna keep 18.5. I might change it. You can't see half of it. That's the problem. Yeah, I know. There's a bit of a problem. I wish I could see more. Showmanship is high. It is high, man. Antrix is top right now in showmanship with 18. $18.5. Originality. It is damn original. It's actually interesting because Rage is like he's using a door in the producer category, and I can still hear its Rage, you know? Like the style has translated so much. Like when it comes to someone like maybe Antrix, like if I compare his production stuff to his loop stuff, I might say it's not the same person. But with Rage, I can safely say it's the same person. So he has got an original style that you can hear always. If you close your eyes, you know it's Rage. Drum patterns are original. The way the song is made is just original. It's a very distinctive track. And bringing in those vocals at the end on the rhythm drop, super cool. It's a high scorer. What got a 37 on this? Man. What is more original than Rage? It's not as simple as that. What definitely had more original genre choices, I believe. He didn't follow a meta. I'm going to score them the same. I'm going to give him a 37. That might change. That really might change. And voice sourcing. Voice sourcing. Everything is voice sourced. Again. I don't correlate much stuff to being voice. But he did record the... Well, not record, sorry. The way he did this... Where is it? The vocal adds a lot to that drop. It's not just a vocal thrown in there for like no reason. It adds a lot. In fact, for me, that's the best part of that drop. And everything is voice sourced. The singing is not It's not overly impressive. Really, it's fine. Again, I said earlier I wasn't a huge fan of the tone, but vocal chains cool. He didn't really hit any spectacular notes, but I really connected to it. Antrix got a 19. 19's crazy. But his singing was really nice as well. And he had beatbox elements. I remember now. That makes more sense. It's a high scorer. Watt had a 17.5. I think it's only fair to give this an 18. You see that, guys? 110. We've currently got a leader. Watt's crown has been taken. But the bonus points are not in. Let's keep that very clear. I feel like Watt did more for voice. Wait, you are reminding me. You are reminding me, actually. I'm removing that score. Because I've just remembered Watt's really, really nice rap flow. Why have you got to make it so difficult? You're right. You are right. It doesn't score as high as Watt. Now that I've remembered it. But it does get a 17. Which still puts it in first. By half a point. Damn. Man, this is stressful. Ugh. What do you guys think so far? How are the results looking? Has anyone got any major disagreements? I'm genuinely curious to hear. I'm all open for it as well. I think it's right. Good judgments. Okay. Pretty good. What was my number one personally? Yeah, I can say the same. Like, for example, What right now is not number one. But for my personal taste of music, I prefer it to, I believe, all the ones that I've heard so far. Besides, well, Antrix is there as well. I do really like Antrix. I was a big fan of his track. I didn't connect the others as much as those two. So in terms of bonus points, like they are going to be the ones to look out for so far. I'll tell you what though, guys, I'm actually going to take a 1 minute break. I'll be back in 1 minute. Okay. We're back. What are people saying? I think I disagree on your statement about Rage having a distinctive style translating versus Antrix. I think both of their production styles are very recognizable. You're right. You are right. Both their production styles are recognizable. But I think you misread what I was saying. When Antrix used to be on a 505, his music, if you heard a 505 track from a few years ago and then heard his production track, you might not necessarily think it's the same artist. But from Rage, you would probably think it's the same artist, is what I was saying. I feel like I've heard Antrix style on the song he performed on his record, specifically a lot of songs outside of GBB. Yes, yeah, I did say that. It was more of a generic genre choice to go for. No, you guys forgetting about LFO's wildcard. Man, I forgot about LFO's wildcard. Oh! This is getting difficult. Anyway, let's get on with it. My sleep schedule is ruined, so luckily I'm not too tired right now.
This is Green Wolf and this is my
Yes, there's only 2 qualifiers.
Let's go. We're riding to Tokyo.
Pretty interesting drum set. Which part of the UK are you in, if you don't mind me asking? Well, I'm not gonna leak myself, but like, pretty central. Super nice simps here, but yeah, it doesn't state all being vocally sourced. I'm assuming it's not, because it doesn't sound like it. It really sounds like an oscillator, and judging by the gear he's using, being a Zoya, I'm assuming it is not vocally sourced. So nice though. I love that. Oh, 100% that's a Zoya effect. You ain't getting that out of the 505. That is a pure oscillator. That literally sounds like a real saw wave. Go to sleep, you maniac. Nah, never. What? How you doing, Biscuit? We judging today. We judging at 1:40 a.m. Not sure the intro really suited the genre of choice. Yes, I'm calculating the scores. I'm not doing the bonus scores though, so it's not actually the official, like, final scoring. Because I'm not sure I'm actually allowed to do that. This is Green Wolf. A vocal felt so out of the song, you know? It's like I'm listening to a song and then someone just spoke to me down the gaming headset. It's cool to hear some vocal beatbox elements. That's always going to add to the voice source. Yeah, what I think happened here is, like, he has a EQ set for that beatbox part that's, like, sounds already filtered, and he just spoke through it, which, yeah, it felt out of place. You're right. Hi, Julius Kazarian. That's cool. Nice twitch on the drums. Late hour stream, yeah, man. I'm just not very tired, so. Nothing really special on the outro. Yeah, late stream, I know. But I was just gonna judge the producers. Like, I sat down and I was like, okay, let me get this producer stuff judged, and I started watching Colin Effects. I was like, why am I not just live streaming this? Like, there's no reason not to. Even though it is late, it's better to stream something than not to, I guess. So, and I just felt like it. I actually quite enjoy streaming, even though very new to it. It's actually quite a bit of fun, so whatever. But yeah, this one's cool. This one is cool. It feels very, like, with the stuff he's doing, this would have fit the, like, you know, the 2021 kind of rule set, which unfortunately is not the rule set of producer. Technicality. Let's go over it. Cleanliness, consistency, sound design. Sound design's cool. Frequency placement. It's not really the best mixed thing, especially here. Like, this random just feels so weird. Like, just this distorted kick randomly kind of placed there. I don't hate it. Just wish it was a little cleaner. And everything is pretty distorted. Yeah, a little muddy. A little. But not bad. Not a bad mix by any means. Especially for the gear he's using. Let's keep that in mind. Like, I'm basing this judgment on mix based on the gear as well. Like, if someone had this exact same, if he did this exact same wildcard on a laptop, it would score lower. But he hasn't. Technical vocal techniques. He did have beatbox elements as well. Important to keep in mind. But I'll keep that more for the vocal source section. Let me think about it. Yasweed got a 16. I'll give it a 15. I think 15's fair. Musicality. Correct pitch and tone. There was no real vocals going on besides that random filtered low end thing that happened that was super out of place. Composition structure. Nothing too bad. Use of dynamics. The track didn't really evolve overly too much. Groove and rhythm, it's pretty simple in terms of the rhythm. Not that that's necessarily always a bad thing. What else is there? Yeah, structure. I just felt like when that vocal came in, it really threw me off of the piece. It feels unfinished. So what have we got here? We need to compare it to others. Yes, we'd also got a 15 for this. I think it's less. I'm going to go a 13. Showmanship. He performed well. And he had the beatbox elements. He's moving how he should for this genre. He's not just throwing his arms around and, like, you know, like, showing every sound that's happening. Like, he's actually performing how you would see a musician perform. And I like the beatbox element as well. I like it. Showmanship's good. The showmanship is a it's a 16.5 is what it is. Originality. it's a pretty generic genre choice to go for in the meta of stuff right now. I was a big fan of the chords at the start. It's just a shame it kind of disappeared. But always nice to throw the beatbox in there, which does keep it original. Although quite a lot of people are doing it, but it does add to the originality because you're adding beatbox elements in a loop station situation, which is always cool. It's definitely not going to score low. Have I heard things like it before? Yes. $27. Voice sourcing. Not hello Impotence. How are you? Voice sourcing. A lot of elements not voice sourced, from what I can tell. But the beatbox element does add something. Oh, you're allowed to show the rankings. I'm not giving bonus points. The bonus points will be done off stream. So I'm not showing the official final ranking. Yeah, voice sourcing. It's not going to be overly high because even the beatbox elements was not really super clear, and they weren't super impressive either. It was kind of just like TKs and that, you know what I mean? So it's going to get like a. It'd be unfair to give it any more than a 13. Yasweed got a 13. Yeah. Oh, not 134. 13. But yeah, a respectable score. Let's go with Mr. Asuo.
Hi, my name is Mr. Asuo, and this is my producer wildcard for the Grand Beatbox Battle 2025 World League.
Assuming just the initial top 20 at the end without bonus. Yeah, essentially. Yeah, I mean you'll see the scores, but it'll be without the bonus scores. And like I said earlier, right now, Rage has the first place. But as a personal taste in music, I prefer Watts. So that's the kind of thing where the bonus scores are going to come into it. And so we'll see what happens there. Because obviously I'm going to give Rage some bonus points as well, because I still also really like it. So we'll see.
Hope you enjoy it.
I remember being a big fan of this one yesterday. Already a really cool melody. Let me just check. This track is 100% original. Doesn't say anything about everything being vocally sourced. But he is using a DAW, and everyone who's using a DAW so far seems to be doing everything vocally sourced. It would really help if it was like put in the description. You know? It seems vocal at the moment, from what I can tell. Let me just check. Does he sample? Yes, he does. So it makes sense. Live input. That's what I like to see. Manually changing the notes as well. I'm sorry to keep pausing it, but I do have to judge it. And I'm hearing drums, and I don't remember seeing him sampling drums.
World League. Hope you enjoy it.
Okay. Cool. Just had to check it. Oh. I can see the bonus points already. Mix is goated. I feel I could use a bit more impact on the drums. What? Guys. Now listen to me when I say this. Alright? And spread the word of this for producer category, okay? When you are going, oh, and you sample and you play the song and nothing is connecting to the voice, to your hearing, you know, it just sounds like all simps and everything. Like, that doesn't mean max score vocal sourcing or like super high score vocal sourcing. But this live input, you can hear its vocal. That's how you do it. That's how you tick off that criteria. 100%. Wow. Oof. The only thing so far that I don't connect to vocal is the arpeggiator. Everything else I've connected. Everything else I can tell is vocal. As a non... If I'm like a non-looper or something, you know? Or non-like producer. Even the drums sound beatbox. But they sound nice. Nice beatbox. Let me go back. Yeah, man. Really, really great. Voice sourcing 23 out of 20. Really, really great job. That one gets better every time I hear it. That one goes under the radar. I don't see many people talking about Mr. Asuo's. But that one is... I haven't ranked it yet, but I can already predict that's going to be up there. Frosty, can you briefly explain the difference between sourced and vocally triggered? So a vocally triggered sound would be, for example, doing a kick, which then turns on a synthesizer, which then plays a synth, which technically is not the sound of your voice. You could You could explain it similar to doing like a granular delay on 100 feedback, but a granular delay is your voice. It's just sampled really, really quickly. But it's like, I think you know what I mean, right? Like it's like launching an oscillator and using your voice as the command to do it. Now, vocally sourced means the source of the sound is your voice. MK2 terms, Osbot is vocally triggered. Exactly. For example, though, Osbot's a weird one. For me personally, depending on how you use it, Osbot would score higher than doing a straight up oscillator, because Osbot requires your voice source and the voice trigger, because your voice manipulates it. Depending on how you use it, if you just send like a note into it and just like whatever, then like that is what it is. But anyway, as I was saying, voice source, the source of the sound is your voice. So the initial sound of what you're hearing is the voice. Now, the way that I judge it is, can you connect it to the voice? Does it sound like voice at all? Or not? That's how you get the max scores in it for me. And Mr. Asuo just did an amazing job at that. The best job so far, I believe. But let's get to ranking this. Cleanliness, consistency, sound design. Sound design is unique. Really unique, actually. I haven't heard much stuff like that. Complexity of the production. It wasn't a super complex song, I wouldn't say. But it didn't need to be. In terms of the mix, I felt like the drums were lacking a bit of impact for me. They sounded a bit more in like the mid-range. So I was failing to like get some like actual hard transients from them. But it's going to be a high score here. Who scored high? Harvey with a 19, Antrix with a 19, and Rage with an 18.5. It's not as high as those three. What with an 18? I feel like it is quite similar to Watt's level. Yeah, 18. I'm happy with 18. That might change. It might go down. 18 is definitely the max score I can give it. Musicality, correct tone and pitch. There wasn't any singing as such. But the way his vocals were sounding through the melodies and stuff sounded bang on. Structure's amazing. The structure is pretty much perfect. Composition, fantastic track. Dynamics utilized to create a journey and dynamic change throughout the routine. Yeah. Groove and rhythm. Rhythm was pretty simple. There was no complex time signatures either. But the structure's bang on. Bang on. I'm inclined to give it another 18. Showmanship. Now, he is sat down, which does hinder him a little bit. However, the way he's performing what he's doing, in terms of having the mic there and actually performing the track in the moment, really does help him here. Man, that is so good. yeah, it does hinder him. But he is performing it, which it does even it out for me. It's not going to be the highest score. Who's the highest right now in terms of showmanship? It is Rage. Green Wolf got a 16.5. That's a high score, actually. Who else was there? Impotence with a 17. No, sorry. Yeah, Watts with a 17, Impotence with a 17, and Harvey with a 17. I'm going to give it a 16.5. Originality. That is a damn original track. How many tracks have you heard like that? Because I can't name any. Like if any. The vocal effects used. Not gonna lie, the more I listen to Rage, the better it gets. I have to listen to it a few more times. So we'll see. What's up, Napalm? Not Napalm, but Napalm. What's up? It's tough. Is it the most original track yet? Who are the highest? Watts and Rage are the highest for originality. I believe it is. Because I've heard songs like Rage's track, and I've heard songs like Watts' track. I haven't heard songs like this. Not really. 39. Almost perfect score. Voice sourcing. I don't need to say much here. 20. Max score. In fact, it's the first max score. And he's in first. Mr. Asuo is in first place currently. Who's seen that coming? I didn't see it coming, honestly. But my guy hit the score sheet. Yeah, I don't disagree with anything I've put. Does anyone disagree with any of this? Of how I've ranked that? Because in terms of how the score sheet is, I think that's correct for me. The only thing I might knock down is the showmanship, possibly. Unexpected, but not mad about it. Yeah, it's unexpected for me as well. But in terms of the criteria, man, that ticked it. And in terms of actual song, it's one of my favorites as well. So that's gonna do well in the bonus score. Yeah, voice sourcing and originality is crazy. Exactly. He ticked the boxes. Technicality, how can I put it less than an 18? Musicality, how is that less than an 18? Showmanship, I guess it can go down to a 16. That still puts him first. Yeah. Next up is Duncan. Oh, I forgot about the click at the beginning. So loud.
What's up, guys? Duncan here. This is my wildcard for GBB 25 producer category. Let's go.
Showmanship is him feeling the music. He doesn't seem to be interacting with the audience. That is true, but he is interacting with the gear that he's using. And not a lot of people are, especially the people using the door setup. Which, for me, plays a big factor. Because a lot of people there's a thing, right? Like, in terms of how you're performing, like, a lot of people are doing the track and they're dancing around, they're going crazy, right? But what are they going crazy for? Because they're not doing anything in the moment. So what is the performance? Because for me personally, you need to show that you're doing something. Because this isn't a dance battle, it's a producer battle. You know? What's the difference between interacting with gear and technicality? Sound design and fundamentals, consistency, cleanliness, complexity of the production. Combining specific techniques that are physically difficult to perform on the equipment. You might be right, actually. I might stand corrected. But for me, all that does, okay, all that does, though, is this. That gives him a 16 here, and it gives him a 0.5 here. And the score stays the same. Or if anything, that gives him a 19 there. Because his showmanship, like, when he's performing that track, I feel it. A lot of people who sit down and just do the track, I normally don't feel it, but he is into it. You know? Oh well, we're talking too much about it anyway, so let's go on with the next one. I remember this one. Justin, you are pretty nerdy on the MK2, as I believe. Can you please explain to me what effects are used for the sine wave technique? Thank you. Oh yeah, true, Rage is here, I forgot. Just LPF, that's it. Okay.
GBB, are you ready for something truly original? Beatbox looping, all from the mouth. Here we go.
This is a really cool idea. Some oscillator bot used, and I believe I heard synth used in the bassline earlier, if I'm not wrong. I think there's a bit of synth used, right? In some of the bass lines here. This one. No. Oh no, wait. It's not even coming up. Yeah, this one. Wah. Sounds like synth to me.
Double quarter pounder with the sad grinds.
Double quarter pounder with a side of fries. Eat so much I order twice. I don't know how to read the lines.
Lyrics
Double
from
quarter
Mace.
pounder with a side of fries. Double quarter pounder with a side of fries. I eat so much I order twice. I don't know how to read the lines. Bitch.
Damn cool for MP2. I haven't heard the old track, so I wouldn't know. Okay. Yeah, solid. Sound design. Sound design's cool. Cleanliness, the mix isn't the best. Complexity of the production. I mean, it's pretty complex of what he's doing. But yeah, overall the mix ain't really hitting for me too well. It's fine. It's just fine. Yasweed got a 15. I'm feeling something pretty similar, a little bit below. The lyrics from Mr. Asuo's track. I thought it was Mace. Anyway, Yasweed got a 16. I think it's slightly below. 15. Musicality. Structure. Yeah, the structure's a little bit everywhere. Correct pitch and tone. Everything seems fine. The vocals are not great. Composition, it kind of feels like it's a bit everywhere. Groove and rhythm, pretty cool. Mm. 14. 13, actually. It's a bit messy. Showmanship. Is there? In fact, actually, this whole section does add quite a bit of showmanship. It's fun. It's pretty fun. Yeah. I'm inclined to get a pretty high score, actually. I don't get the sense that he's feeling the track too much. I'm gonna score it the same as Asuo. Because Asuo was sat down and didn't do too much, but you can tell he's into the track. And with Duncan, it's kind of the opposite. Originality. That whole section of the beatbox section is actually super original. To be honest. That's gonna score high. Which is a pretty big deal because originality is the biggest criteria with 40 points. It's going to be in the 30s. The genre choice is generic. Like I've heard those kind of loops before. But the way it was made is cool. Yeah, the drop style is kind of heard in the loop scene. It's just the way he did it. The way he performed it is unique. I'm going to give it a 32. And voice sourcing. Definitely a bit of oscillator bot and a bit of synth being used. It's not, from what I can tell, it's not overpowering. It's not too much. I'm not too clued into everything that's happening in terms of every element of the drop and how it's created. but he did have the beatbox element in there. But the beatbox was bad. But bad on purpose, I guess. A weird one to score that. $14. I'm pretty happy with 14. Gives him a score of 90. That's a pretty commendable score. Next up is Silent JB. We're over halfway. What's the time? It's gone 2 a.m. It's 2:20 a.m. Am I tired? No.
Yo, my name is Silent JB,
I'm ready.
and this is gonna be my producer wildcard for the GBB 2025 producer loop station producer category. I hope you guys enjoy.
Seems like Oscillator Bot to me. Oh, I remember this one. This is the one I felt the most uncomfortable with. But I guess I have to judge it, right? Because this is his second device, and this is what he does. Done. That's it. So it's kind of just a joke. But if it's on the sheet, I have to judge it, so... Biscuit easily #1 on second device. Yeah, but he actually used it. Like, the difference is Biscuit actually used it. Yasweed didn't use it, and Silent JB didn't use it. I mean, they pressed buttons and did nothing with it, you know? So actually, I have no problem with Biscuits. My opinion is you actually have to use what you're using. The drums are nice. Biscuit's device has one button and he did press it exactly. From what I can tell, this whole track is drums and oscillator bot. Correct me if I'm wrong. But essentially, that's what it seems like. Wait, what? Oh. does sound like oscillator, but yeah, that's what I'm getting from it as well. Technicality. Mix wasn't bad, considering the gear he's using. Sound design is basic for the gear. Complexity, it wasn't overly complex. Yeah. But the mix is nice for the gear he's using, so 13. Musicality. It is, from what I would assume, it's an original. Correct pitch and tone. I mean, I will double check if it's an original.
Yo, my name is
It sounds like it sounds like it would be. Doesn't state it. I'm assuming it is. Pitch tone. He didn't sing at all, so can't really give anything there. Oh, or didn't use any like actual vocal input other than drums. Composition is fine. Structure's fine. Groove and rhythm's pretty basic. Dynamics, pretty basic. I'll give it a... give it 12. Showmanship was not great. Let's be real about it. I mean, this is similar to Asuo, right? Like sat down in the corner of the screen, but I just don't feel it. Like I connect to Asuo when I hear his track. I don't connect to this. I guess some pretty cool showmanship and some jokes with the loop station. So, a 9 for me. Originality. I mean, but it's pretty damn generic sounding, to be honest. It's not a cover, so we'll put it in the middle. We'll give it a 20. And voice sourcing, everything seems to be oscillator bot for the most part. Like a 12. I'm happy with that. Yuan is next.
Hey guys, I'm Yuan. Hope you have a great day. This is my producer's workout for GBB 2025. Let's go.
Heard a lot of tracks like this on MK2. Yeah, exactly. In fact, you know what? You're right. That doesn't make it middle of the road. It puts it to a 17. I remember this. Now, let me check the description. Doesn't state anything about voice sourcing. Because the drums don't sound beatbox to me. I'll check again on the sampling. Okay. I mean, the snare he did was like... it was less than that. And then the drums sound real. At least the hi-hat kind of texture does. You know what I mean? I'm not sure about it. For me, it's only the hi-hat. Could have sourced it from noise. How would you go about noise? Because you could achieve noise from like distorting your signal, but I didn't see any distortion of the signal too much when he was sampling. And surely if you're using noise, then it's not sourced, right? Like the waveform of noise. Easy to make, yeah, but he didn't use any effects on the loop. But yeah, it could be easy to do. But I just didn't see him sample that. So it's hard to know. It's just weird for me because the kick is, I don't want to be mean or anything, but the kick is not good. And the rest of the percussion's not good, but that hi-hat, I guess it's not even hi-hat, it's in the snare position. I don't know. Whatever. Also, Rage, I'm curious. On the loop station judging sheet, there is a criteria for time penalty, and on the producer, there is not. Do you know what the rules are for the time penalty and what, if it's deducted, if it's over or under or disqualified? Because, for example, Yasweed went over. 3 seconds equal 1 rank down. Okay. Not much to really take from that one. Technicality. The mix wasn't really hitting, was it? I'm pretty sure it's the amount of seconds relates to how you are ranked down. Let me check the rules. Hold on. Alright, thank you. Technicality, I mean, not much happened. And the mix was not really speaking to me at all. 6. Musicality, structure, composition. Wasn't feeling the structure, to be honest. The composition felt incomplete. Like a 7. Showmanship, I mean, can't see him, so I don't really know how to judge that one. I mean, I had a similar situation earlier with K42 and he scored a 2. I mean, you can see him a bit more. I'll give it a 3, I guess. Originality, I guess, is pretty original. Like the textures in the drums are pretty original. But it's definitely not outstanding. I'll give it a 21, I guess. And voice sourcing. It seems to be all voice sourced. I feel a bit weird with the hi-hat stuff, but the stuff it also doesn't connect to the voice, really. So 15. I'm happy with that. Next up is Tony.
Yo, my name is Tony, and it's my walker for Grand Beatbox Battle 2025.
Maybe the point deductions happen from final rank. You might be right, actually. Or it's up to the judges. Yeah, because I remember there's one wild card. I don't remember who it was. I think it was... this one. Kuha. And the wild card was like 1.5 minutes long. Like, surely that's gotta be disqualified, right? I'm sure.
5 World League Producer category. Hope you enjoy.
Kuha wasn't really serious. I don't know how it's on the list. I also don't really know why it's on the list. I mean, I appreciate the wild card and stuff, but it shouldn't be there. I do agree. And yeah, it wasn't serious, but I do have to rank them all. It's mentioned in the rules, the general penalty rule, which is not described there, but last season the general rule was 1 second overtime equals 1 second down from final results. Damn. That's harsh. It is what it is. Wait, let me lock into this. Because I'm pretty sure I gave this one exclamation marks yesterday. Yes, I did. All vocally sourced. Okay. I'm into the melody already. It's got my attention. How come there's a time penalty in the loot station sheet? Yeah, that's what I'm curious about. Nice vocals.
You can't escape from here. You can't go back anywhere.
Pretty cool to use the effects knob on the loop station to control the filter externally. Pretty cool idea.
Escape from here. You can't go back anywhere. Because this is that we are alive.
Clean. Bro, it's 2:36. Yeah, I'm not tired. Oh. Really nice vocals in the song. And I'm a big fan of that switch as well. Bro's sleep schedule is going to be cooked. It already is. I've been sleeping at like 6 AM recently, so this is normal. I'd like to know what he's changing with the knob there, because I'm not hearing many differences.
Are you ready to face all your fears? Are you ready to embrace all of yourself? And are you ready to Nice.
Nice. Pretty cool to use the fader feature on the launchpad. Solid. Very solid. Technicality. Sound design's cool. Mix is fine. I wouldn't say it's the best that I've heard. Complexity of the production. It's pretty simple, I would say. There's not too much going on. I do like the fact how he's using the knob on the loop station to control a few things. So what can I compare that to? Not sure there is really many I can compare that to. That's kind of its own thing. What did I give Green Wolf? 15 on technicality. The first Cyberpunk drop is really generic. Yeah, that will come into the originality section. I do agree. Technicality, I believe it's a 15. Musicality. Pitch and tone. The singing was nice. Singing was nice. And I didn't hear any, like, over-the-top auto-tune, if any auto-tune. I don't believe there was any auto-tune, actually. I mean, I'll double check. No. Doesn't seem like it. Structure is also really cool. Yeah, I think it scores high for that. $16.5. Showmanship. It's kind of in the middle of the road, right? Like, performing the loop, kind of moving around a bit. Not really showing anything extra. Who fell into that kind of category? Impotence did, but he had a lot more energy. A lot more energy, actually. Duncan also. But he had some humor involved. I'll give it a 15. Originality. See, this is the thing. It is a pretty generic thing to do. I mean, the Cyberpunk drop is generic in this category from the past, especially from 2023. So that kind of hinders it a little bit. But I think the transition afterwards was really good. The transition out of the Cyberpunk with the vocals, that kind of brought more originality back to it. I can't score it too low. What have we got here? We got Lilo with a 29. I think I'll give it the same. I think 29. And voice sourcing. Everything is voice sourced. And the singing is solid. That's got to be a high score. I have to be fair with it. And Antrix got a 19. It's not as high as Antrix's, but Rage with a 17. Yeah, there was more correlation to voice than Rage. But Rage's sound design, considering it was voice, was a lot more impressive. Who else is there? Harvey with a 16.5. Impotence with a 15.5. It scores higher than that. I think it is a 16.5 because the vocals are solid. $92. Solid score. Next up, we got LFO.
And my name is LFO from China, and this is my producer workout for GBB 2025.
Okay, this is something I want to check because voice source 20 out of 20. This sounds like a vocoder to me that could be run through a synthesizer. Did he sample at the beginning? Important to know. Oh, I don't want to full screen it. Seems like he did. What's it saying in here? Nothing about it being all vocally sourced. Yeah, this seems like vocoders. That's what I'm saying. But maybe he sampled his voice and made an oscillator sound out of it and vocoding through it. That's what I'm thinking has happened. Because he sampled here, right at the beginning. Yeah, seems like he's probably vocoding through his own sample. I'm presuming. Man, it's so good. That intro is so good. Nice vocals as well. Melodies are crazy. Sampling in the moment, which I don't understand why more people don't do that. It makes complete sense. Super clean. So many details. And the use of the stereo field is also really good. Like every sound is placed differently. This is the only part I don't really connect to as much. Yeah. Super nice though. Technicality. Cleanliness. Mix is super nice. It looks like he's looking at lyrics. Yeah, true. That's what I was thinking as well. Sound design is perfect for what the track is. Cleanliness. Could it be cleaner? I don't know. It's really, really clean. Complexity of the production, it sure is complex. It doesn't come across like it is, but there is so many details in there. And like I said, everything is placed, especially with the panning, just where it should be. Yeah, that's got to score high. We've got Antrix of a 19. Let me just see again. Cleanliness, consistency, sound design. I wasn't the biggest fan of the vocal at the end. I love the vocals in the beginning. I really love them. But in terms of the sound design of the vocoder at the end, I'm not the biggest fan of it. But I have to give it a 19 as well. I think that's on par with Antrix's. Musicality. Composition. Structure. If you want a wild card that defines structure, it's this one. Pitch and tone. Yeah, the singing was actually really nice at the start. Yeah, super nice with the melodies in the background as well. Structure is spot on, composition is spot on. Use of dynamics. Yeah, the atmosphere and everything is super nice. Groove and rhythm is pretty straightforward. But that's gonna be a high score. I'm thinking 19. 19 for musicality. What do you think? What does the chat think? The highest musicality right now is what? I think it might be higher. I think it might be 19.5. Because I think it does rank slightly above Watts. I'm going to do it. 19.5. Showmanship. The thing that I love about this one is it really reminds me of the 2021 looping, but in a production format, which is exactly what I'm into. I'm so into it. Showmanship is like 16. Same like Asuo. Yeah. It does seem like he's reading lyrics at the end, which is a bit off-putting. It seems like he's like Like he's so focused into what he's doing, which I don't hate. I really don't hate it. In fact, I prefer it to when people are going crazy and like not doing anything. I'm much more into this because he's super focused into what he's doing. But at this point in the track, like, what is he doing? It seems like he is doing stuff for sure. And he is standing. Mr. Asuo is sitting. I think it's slightly above Mr. Asuo. Just because of the sitting really let him down. It is 16.5 for that. Originality. Your audio is chopping off. Is it? Is it fine for everyone else? It shouldn't be chopping off, I don't think. It's not. Okay. It's original, man. I mean, yeah, who are you hearing doing stuff like that? Yeah, this girl's really Chinese. I mean, yeah, you can hear the influence of like where he's from in his music for sure. I love the BDD boops. I think you're referring to the same thing that I like. The boop boop boop. This part, right? Oh. Boom, boom, boom. I love this section. The intro is hella original. The drop is the slowed psytrance thing, so I've heard those before. Yeah, true. But the texture on the bass, that high resonant frequency is super nice. I haven't heard that before, from what I'm aware of. I mean, it's a high score. It is a high score. This has to be around a Asuo level. That is what I'm thinking. It is around there. Is it more? No. No, it's not. Because Asuo, literally the whole track from Asuo, I haven't heard music really like it. I've heard music pretty similar to this. But it is up there, man. Who else is there? Rage got a 37. $37.5. That might change as well. Voice sourcing. It's a tricky one. Because if these vocoders are voice sourced, which I believe they are, what I believe he's doing is he has sampled his voice to sound like an oscillator and he is vocoding through them, which is a very smart choice because it makes your synthesized sound correlate to vocal. It's essentially like singing through oscillator bot, but it's vocal oscillator bot. And to be fair, I've not seen that done. I haven't seen that done before. In fact, you know what? I haven't seen that done before. So your originality's gone up to 38. And your voice sourcing, it's not 20. Because there's not quite enough I connect to vocals. Asuo's entire track, bar maybe one arpeggiator in it, is all vocal to me. This one isn't. But the use of the vocoder is super, super cool. Rage with a 17. And What with a 17.5. Antrix with a 19. With the beatbox and the good singing, I remember. 18. Are you seeing those scores? He is in second, half a point off from Mr. Asuo. Crazy. Let's move on.
Yo, my name is Fesrock.
Man, that USB noise. Pretty cool beatbox filler. This is going to be one of them. I'm going to skip in a little bit, if that's okay. Because it seems to be a kick with a lot of oscillator bot. And not too much happening. It's a cover. Can anyone else confirm that it's a cover? Good night, Rage. Hope you have a good sleep. It is. If someone can fully confirm it's a cover and say the name of the song, that would be pretty useful. I mean, for now, I'm going to assume it's not. Because there seems to be a lot of people like they've heard it before, but there's no name. But either way, I mean, technicality, there was a kick and a lot of oscillator bot, and not really much happened. Mix was not great. It's a 6. Musicality, correct pitch and tone. There was no singing. Structure was kind of like long and drawn out. Composition was long and drawn out. Dynamics. I mean, rhythm, kick, essentially, just a kick. Like a 4. Showmanship. It's not the worst. I like the mask. Mask is cool. I like the style of, you know, he's got his own style, which is cool. But I mean, set down. I'm not really doing too much. Like an 8. Originality. Kick and oscillator bot could be a cover, but I'm just gonna judge it as it's not. I mean, the melodies are really complex. So to make those long drawn out melodies is actually pretty cool. Wait. Split X from Friday Night Funkin'. I mean, that is the name of the thing as well. Okay. That makes a big difference. 7. Voice sourcing, it's oscillator bot and a kick. So 7. I feel it's a bit harsh. It's a little bit harsh, actually. Do you know what? Actually, no, the musicality isn't too bad. Giving it a 4's a bit mean. The melody's long and drawn out, and it's pretty cool to listen to. I'm gonna give it a 9. I'm happy with that. Next up is Nick.
What's up? This is Nick. This is my producer world card for the GBB.
How's the stream going? It's going well. How are you doing, Ultra? Let me lock in here. Let me check the description. 100% voice sourced. Musicality wise, it isn't his song, so it makes sense why it scores lower. Yeah, but that's more drawn into originality, I believe, because musicality is based on the like the notes and the structure. Hold up, man. I remember this one was crazy. So cool. Man, the details. I mean, this is ticking all the boxes for originality, right? It's giving Mr. Bill a little bit. Yeah, that's what I said yesterday when I reacted to it. I feel the same way. Yeah, crazy. Really, really crazy. Technicality, cleanliness. Sound design is next level. Cleanliness of the mix? Sometimes I feel it's a little empty, but it's really, really clean. Super clean. But the emptiness is more of a stylistic choice. So, complexity of the production. I mean, what can I say? It's like ridiculous. Yeah, that's getting a high score in technicality, man. Super high. Might I even say max? Is that a max score? No, it's not. Because there's been better mixes. It has been better. But other than that, it would be. It's got to be a 19, right? Got to be. Musicality. Correct pitch and tone. There wasn't too much singing, if any. There was more just some ambient vocals, which you can't really detect in terms of pitch and stuff. And some funky voice. So not really much to think about there. But the pitch and tones of the sounds being made they're on point. Structure's a weird one because it's such a obscure track, but it all flows well from what I can tell. There was one part I want to listen to again. I don't remember where it was. Here. It goes off, right? Or is that just me? Yeah, it's off. The kick comes in late. I'm not really sure what happened. Oh, Nick is in chat. Maybe you can explain. Because it does seem to go off time here. It's a BPM automation. It feels odd to me. Like, the kick comes in late. Yeah, it kind of takes my attention away a little bit. Throws me off. But other than that, the composition's crazy. Super, super unique. Asuo in chat. How are you doing, buddy? Asuo, I don't want to get you all excited and stuff, but you have scored high for me right now. But this is not the final list. Let's be clear about that. Because I still have to do the bonus points. But currently, Asuo, you are sat in first place. For me. How are you? Dying? No, I'm pretty good, actually. Pretty good. Musicality. Yeah, it's just that one thing that throws me off. But it's insane. Let's get that straight. It is insane. But because that throws me off, I'm going to give it a 17. Showmanship. I'm a big fan of not over-exaggerating your movements too much. So I like it. But there's not too much happening in the way of the performance. Just give me 5 on showmanship. It's not that bad, honestly. I'm not sure about this part, but it's fun. Yeah, I like the fact how you didn't go crazy with it, but I don't connect to it too much in the performance. So it's going to be a 14. In fact, let me review other people's scores. No, 14's fair. 14 is fair, I think. Originality. Who disagrees? Who disagrees with a max score? Because I want you to explain why. Because I'm all ears. I agree. I don't disagree. Anyone else? Because I believe that's correct. Who has done anything like that? I disagree. Apparently sounds like Mr. Bill too much. I get that, but who sounds like Mr. Bill? It's not even super Mr. Bill-esque. It's also just your own thing. And voice sourcing. Everything is voice sourced. Do I connect it to vocals? No, I don't. When I'm hearing it, I don't connect any of it, I think. Oh, this part actually. Very, very small details here. Not even sure I would hear it if I didn't see him doing it. In fact, I'll check that. faintly, very, very faintly. But everything being voice sourced automatically scores it high, of course. What did Impotence get? 15.5. I'm feeling around the same. But Impotence definitely used more singing. I'll give it a 15. What do you guys think about 15? Because what I'm hearing it, I don't hear vocals. So I think it's fair. Next up is Kuha. How am I supposed to do this one?
My name is Kuha.
Because it's a minute and a half. I mean, I remember it. It's kind of this for a minute, right?
I can many times go. Wanna go side. You know I wanna win. So I really human. Go side.
Unironically, I actually like the idea. Like, I like the idea of having your entire wildcard being input beatbox. But it's just not executed well, you know? Technicality, cleanliness, sound design. I mean, it's not the lowest it could be. It's like a 5. Musicality, composition. I mean, there isn't one. Really. Structure. Pitch, tone, and key. Two. Showmanship.
So to the world. You know I can many times. So wanna go side.
4. Originality. Well, like, weirdly, like, pretty high. Right? How can I not? It is original. Is it done in a good way? Not particularly. But I can't give it a super low score. Like 20? Is a pretty cool idea. Vocal source.
You know I want. So wanna go side. You know I gotta go. So to the world. Wanna win.
Everything is vocal sourced, it would seem, and it's all on the input. So, weirdly, it's another pretty high score. But it's definitely like the quality of the sound is not there. So, I have to give it like a 12. I'm not going to drag that one on too much. Next up is Slava.
Yo guys, this is Slather, and this is my wildcard against the Grand Beatbox Battle producer category. Look, there's people behind me.
That's why I can't be alone. That's why I can't be alone. I can't be alone. That's why.
Super nice to do the drums in one as opposed to separately, especially with the gear he's using.
That's why I can't be alone. I can't be alone. That's why.
Oh, wait, no, wait. He already recorded the snare, actually, right? Oh, he already recorded the kick. Never mind. I thought he did like on the same preset, and both were sounding clean. I stand corrected. But it comes in cool. To bring in the kick as you're recording is a nice touch. Judging on my knowledge of fake checked effects, I'm assuming that lead and this bass is not vocally sourced. Pre-oscillated generator. More than likely. Wow, really nice vocals. And talk about showmanship. Showmanship is all there. What's up, Brunny? Stream's going well. I mean, in terms of showmanship, like, this is debatably maximum score, right? But is it him that I'm judging? Because it's also the crowd. You know? It's obviously very high in showmanship. It's at least a 19. Yeah, I'm thinking about that. I just like to give a max score, you know?
So, I need you to sing with me, alright? Sing whoa, whoa. Sing yeah.
Not sure how I feel about it. Because it's technically not him. But whatever. It's such a small segment of the track that it's not really that big of a deal.
You guys suck.
In my opinion, is that legal? Yeah, in my opinion, if you're allowed two, because you're allowed 2 bars of a metronome, right? That's a written rule. And if you're allowed that, you should be allowed this. So it's fine by me. Pretty cool to add the 1-shots there. Don't love the 1-shot part. Yeah, it adds some complexity though. Some live performance complexity. You have to be on time with it. And he did a pretty good job. Technicality. Mix, pretty decent. Not the best, but pretty decent. Sound design, again, pretty decent. Nothing overly crazy there. Complexity of the production is pretty simple, I would say. But it's clean and solid. I'm going to give it a very solid score of 16. Musicality. Composition and structure. Structure's great. Pitch and tone. The singing is on point. Use of dynamics. Not sure how I feel about it because the main dynamic he used was the crowd. So I'm going to take the crowd out of consideration and just focus on what he did. But structure's solid. The rhythm is 4 on the floor, pretty basic, until he added the one-shots. But yeah, solid. Again, I'm thinking a 16. Showmanship. Now, I was feeling like a 19. He interacted with the crowd, which I feel a bit weird about. But in terms of the showmanship score, I think that is a 20. And I'm pretty happy to give that. I think that is a max score. Originality. It's pretty original. I would say it's not like I've never heard anything like it before. But what did I give Lilo? A 29. And I also gave Tony a 29. I'm feeling around the same spot. Maybe a 30. And voice sourcing. For the most part. Now, it depends what I'm correlating here. So the singing is good. The singing's great. Which goes towards the score. And there is a lot of singing. That is voice triggered. Pretty much everything besides the drums seems to be voice triggered. Good night, Julius. So, it's one of them again. But his singing is, like, really, really good. So he definitely scores above someone who just did drums and, you know, oscillators. So he gets a pretty decent score here, to be honest. Yasweed came in with a 13. This is definitely above, I believe. I believe it's a 14.5. No, it's a 14. Because the singing's so solid. Yeah. But it's just hard to escape the fact that the entire track is essentially voice triggered, besides the drums. I think it should be higher than mine because he had better singing than me. What is yours? 15. Let me check yours again.
Hi, my name.
This is essentially all oscillator bot, right? If you can confirm it. Or oscillator vocoder. Same thing. And I'm talking about the source of the sound. Chords and bass are not. Melody is oscillator rock. Chords and bass are not. So Slever's singing was definitely more on point. But your singing was also good. Like, it definitely wasn't bad. Is granular and panning delay vocally sourced? Yes, it is. But do you know what, KFP? I don't know why you brought it up because I've put your score down because of what you brought up. But I do agree. Actually, I think you should be the same ranked. because in the same respect, your singing was good. Slever's was better, but Slever had more vocally triggered segments. You shouldn't have brought that up though. But you know, is what it is. Get higher in tech. 12. It's difficult, man. Because so should we have 13 on tech and all this stuff was off spot. It's difficult because now he was near the KFP was near the beginning, right? And now that I've gone through a lot, the first ones I didn't have anything to compare it to in the first lot. So I'm probably gonna have to go back through the first maybe 10 and score them again. Probably won't do that on stream because that's gonna take a long time. But I don't disagree, actually. I think 12 is a bit harsh. I think you're right. But I will go back through it. Maybe just the first few. And after that I'll give my bonus scores. Anyway. Next up is Den. Who is 111.5 points? That is Mr. Asuo.
From Canada, and this is my producer wildcard for the GBB 2025 World League.
Who got 40 points in originality? It was Nick.
I'll love you the most.
Just from listening yesterday, I remember this being the best singing out of everyone. So that plays a big factor, especially in the vocal source section. And the musicality, of course. Let me check the there's nothing saying it's all vocally sourced, but I'm inclined to believe it because it sounds like it. Oh.
Sunset and a red sky got me feeling some way, looking at you same way. With you is a good time, feeling like a Monday, you make it like a Friday. Moment, I had enough. Moment.
Structure, man. The bass to me sounds like vocal. I'm not entirely sure. A really cool switch. Whereas the kick was slightly better. Yeah, it does seem to be the drums is what lets this one down. For me too.
Let go of your doubts, let the music take control. Just take my hand.
Oh, will that?
Let go.
I'm also not the biggest hater on the drums in the fact that they are you can correlate it to beatbox because they really sound like beatbox drums, which in a way kind of favors it, but also in a way that they're just not mixed too well. Whew. What to do on that one? Technicality, cleanliness. The mix on the drums was not the most pleasant. However, cleanliness on everything else is great. Sound design, there's not too much going on in terms of it's just vocal sampling. A bass that's a little heavy in mids for me. And singing. So not too crazy in terms of sound design, but I don't think the track called for it. Complexity of the production. Now that's where the scores go up, because every sample, or pretty much every sample, he's playing manually, which does add a lot to the complexity of it. Technical vocal techniques and sound combinations. I mean, yeah, it ticks the boxes. $14 because of the mix problems. I'd say higher, because he's playing those samples in the moment, which for me adds a lot. It adds so much that I'm thinking 17. It would be higher, but unfortunately the mix just doesn't hit on the drum. It's only really the drums as well. The vocal mix is fantastic. Musicality. Structure on point. Dynamics on point. Pitch and tone extremely on point. It's the best one in terms of the voice. Composition's great. Complex time signatures also great. Groove and rhythm great. Musicality is going to be high. Really high for this. Watt got a 19. LFO got a 19.5. I'm also thinking a 19.5. I'm almost giving that a 20. Showmanship? Sitting down? But I don't think that's a problem in this one. I connect this the same as I do Asuo, where it's like he's sitting down and not doing overly too much, but I really connect with him on the song. Jordan in chat, hello. Yeah, man, he's feeling it. I connect to it. I connect to it even more than Asuo's. I mean, connect to his performance anyway. What did Asuo get for this? 16. I think a 17, man. Like, he's not doing much, but he doesn't need to. I think if he was doing a lot, I think it wouldn't fit. It wouldn't suit the track. Even if, honestly, even him standing, I'm not even sure it would suit it for this one, because it's such a laid-back, chilled track. I kind of like it that he sat down. Just chilling, you know? That's what the track calls for. originality. It's got to be high, right? Who's doing stuff like that? Mr. Asuo with a 39. I would say the vote not in the producer category. There's not many people who do it, if anyone. In the actual production world, it's been done. This kind of style. So I'm not inclined to give it as much as Mr. Asuo. But it's not far off. I think a 37 is pretty fair on that. And voice sourcing. Man, voice sourcing. Who disagrees with a max score? Because the vocals are spot on. And everything I'm hearing in the track, again, I connect it to vocal. I hear it and I understand it's vocal. So I think 20 is pretty fair. I don't think I can give it less. That gives him 110.5. An insanely high score. In fact, that puts him in 4th right now. Who got first at the moment? Mr. Asuo is first. But these are not the final rankings. Let's get that clear. Again. Because I still need to give the bonus points. Currently, Mr. Asuo is first. LFO is second. Was I wrong? I'm wrong. Sorry. Den is third. Yeah, Den is third. I don't know why I said fourth. And who is fourth? Rage. Rage in 4th, and then What in 5th. But the bonus points are not given out. So we will see. Yeah, I'm happy with that score. Move on to the next one.
This is Biscuit from the USA, and this is my producer wildcard. Yeah, that's right, for the GBB.
Isn't bonus points just used if the judge wants to break a tie? It's used however the judge wants to use it. So for me, I'm gonna use it in terms of the music that I prefer to listen to. So, for example, what's a good example of this? Impotence got a 93. Tony got a 92. Now, personally, I preferred Tony's track to listen to. Just in terms of everything that happened, I just slightly prefer it. So in the end score, it's likely that would get higher than Impotence, you know? It's just a bonus 10 points. So, yeah. Anyway, let's move on with it.
2025. I got my handy dandy second device right here. It does all my MIDI. It's better than a launch pad. Let's go.
It's crazy, I promise.
Run this.
Make sure to go stream it out on all platforms. pretty muddy, to be honest. Drums are fat. I say it's muddy, but we are talking about an MK1 here. You know, we're comparing MK1 to like the laptop stuff. So just because the mix is not on point compared to someone who's using a laptop doesn't mean it's going to score severely low. Because in terms of an MK1, it's not that bad at all. It could be a lot worse.
Into the Biscuit sound, I run this rhythm into the ground. I need to know if you're ready to fucking headbang with me. You already know, but if you don't,
Run this.
I mean, it's complex. He's doing a lot of work on the loot station itself.
Do you get it now? Outrun this. This is the real shit. You know I run this. This is the real shit. You know I run this. This is the. Hit him like.
Crazy. You know what's interesting about this? I believe it's all vocally sourced. Seems to be. There was no synth used, and you ain't got oscillator bot on the MK1 anyway, so it's just the synth we're looking for, and I didn't hear it. So yeah, all vocally sourced, it would seem. Unironically, probably going to get a pretty high score, which is weird because it's basically not even a producer wildcard since he just clicked one button, but that is what it is. Cleanliness, sound design's pretty crazy. The sound does like for the gear he's using, the sound design's really, really good. Cleanliness is not as much. It's not the cleanest, but for the gear he's using, it's not too bad. Consistency seems fine. Complexity of the production, very complex. Unironically, I have to give that a very high score. Dan was a 17. I think it's the same. In fact, is it more? No, because the mix. Musicality. Pitch and tone. You didn't really sing much. Although I know he can sing, but he didn't sing much. He kind of just said, run this. Composition is cool. Structure is pretty cool. Groove and rhythm is fine. Dynamics, again, it's like a lot of the stuff is like, especially in the reverbs and the intro, everything is kind of like muddying itself out. So I'm not feeling a crazy high score. I'm feeling about 15. Showmanship, it's there. It's there, man. $18. Originality. You know Biscuit when he loops. If you close your eyes and you play it, you know it's Biscuit. And that kind of rhythm style, that's his thing, you know? That's what he's known for. Definitely in the 30s. And the way he uses the 505 and the sounds that he gets out of it is very original. I'm feeling a 36. And voice sourcing. As far as I'm aware, it was all voice sourced. It wasn't super, like, I couldn't connect it to the voice as much as some others. So it's definitely not getting like a maximum score. But let me think. $16. A respectable score.
Yo, what's up? This is Jason from the United States, and this is my producer wildcard to the GBB 2025 World League. Let's go.
Ah, it's a cover. I remember. It's a remix, but it... yeah. There's a lot of elements from the original song. I think what is fourth right now? I might be wrong. I'll have to look over it. Fourth is Rage. Oh, okay. This respace, is it vocally triggered? Is it Osbot or synth? If anyone can let me know. I'm assuming it's synth.
Bring it back like this.
Let's start phase 2. Let's go.
I think it's sine wave plus sync white noise. That's what it sounds to be.
Drop it now.
Yo, big up Lock Neely for the €1.20 donation. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I'm probably very late on that, sorry. I don't get notifications. Let me go back a little bit.
Drop it now.
Can anyone else answer me? This white noise technique on the MK2, it's triggered by having not a muted input, an input that is not being used and turn up, right? I'm pretty sure. I might be wrong. Like you use it from mic 2. I believe so, it's electric noise. Isn't it inst EQ? Yeah, but my question is he triggering it? Like, has he actually got to do any input to the microphone to make the sound happen? No input. Because the rules do state everything must be vocally sourced or vocally triggered. You know? And if the sound is neither, then we got a bit of a predicament, haven't we? But I believe other people were using it, right? Did anyone else use it? It's hard to remember, man. There's been a lot of wildcards. KFP used it. Yeah, not sure how to feel about it, actually. What do you guys think? Because the rules do state everything must be either vocally triggered or vocally sourced, right? And if the sound is neither, I think it shouldn't disqualify them. I mean, I'm in agreement. I do agree. Like, I don't really have a big problem with it. But it's technically not vocally triggered. It is a weird one, right? Because it's technically picked up from the mic input where a mic is not even connected. It's just kind of electrical noise. But in the same respect, if you connect your loop station to a really bad power supply, you're also gonna have like ground noise in your track, which technically, who was it? Was it Face Lock? It was Face Lock. He had a lot of ground noise. So I'm not in a position where I want to disqualify it. But the difference is it is intentional. I'm not going to make a big deal out of it. I'm just going to score it normally. Technicality, the drum mix was not really it for me. Sound design was cool. It was actually pretty cool. The respace coming out of an MK2 is pretty impressive, and a few of the other basses are really cool as well. Yeah. $14. Musicality. Structure. Now the structure's not... Well, actually, no. I don't want to say the structure's not technically his, because it's a remix. We go into the cover situation in the originality, don't we? Really. The structure's fine. The composition is fine for what it is. Pitch and tone, there was no real singing happening. The pitch of the melodies, it was all fine. Complex time signatures, it wasn't really there. And use of dynamics. Like a 12, I think. Showmanship.
Bring it back like this.
Again, kind of dancing around with not really doing anything. Pressing a few buttons here and there. I'd like to see a little bit more, but it's definitely not bad. I'm feeling like a 15. Because he's definitely like feeling the track. It's just nothing really like special about it. Originality, it's a cover, but it is a remix. So he definitely gets more than doing a one-to-one cover, that's for sure. For example, Colin Effects did a pretty much one-to-one cover and he scored 12 out of 40. This is a remix with its own sections, but yet the melody still isn't his. So points still need to be deducted for that. Maybe like a... How much of it was the cover? Mainly just the melody. It's basically just the melody and the line before the drop. So I think a 17 is fair. And voice sourcing, with the white noise there, with the respace, which I saw in chat, seems to be an oscillator bot mixed with, I don't remember, something. But oscillator bot was involved, I saw that. 13. And now we are on to the last one.
World League producer category. Let's go.
Yo, these wildcards sound the same, but this ain't no motherfucking game. For this battle, rise again, my soldiers. Why are you afraid of my monsters?
Performances there. Like, I'm not a big fan of you know, flailing your arms around and not really doing anything, but at least he can do it good. Yeah, my guy's farting. My guy's hitting the cut, bro, you know what I mean? Cool break. Oh. %, voice source. Okay.
We bring the fire, we bring the screams. My unholy forces will shatter your dreams.
Super cool.
We let the blood rain. All those voices in my brain, maybe they are fucking right, maybe I'm really turned insane. Come on, join this battle for a deadly game, and I'm bringing you to space one last time to Japan line.
Yeah, man. Super cool. Now we get into judging it. Sound design, crazy. Cleanliness. For me, it actually wasn't as clean as I would like. I feel like there could have been more done in like the stereo field, you know? It all sounded a bit like straight down the middle, if that makes sense. Like pretty mono. I'm not saying it's all mono, but it just seemed like there wasn't much space being had, and everything was kind of clashing together a little bit. Complexity of the production. It is a very complex track. He wasn't doing too much in the sense of, I mean, let's pay attention to it, right?
I cannot be tamed, they keep calling me insane. So the voices in my brain tell me to release my pain. Paint the ones with their blood stains, feel their fear inside my veins. They would curse my fucking name, but I know what game's a game. So listen up and get it in your head. A white cat is a white cat, another fucking track. Check, you skulls get crushed. We turn your bones to dust. Oh yeah, we grab you little fuckers and take you to hell with us.
I mean, he's pressing buttons to change the segment of the track. Maybe I stand corrected. I wouldn't say he's doing less than, let's say, like Harvey, for example. I'd say it's about the same. But yeah, the mix isn't on the level of, let's say, Harvey's. Because Harvey's was super, super complex on top of having a really, really nice mix. And the sound design is also not as complex as Harvey's either. But yet it is cool. So I think a 17 is fair. Musicality. Pitch and tone. There was no real singing. There was like some, I guess it was rapping. Was it? Let me go back and analyze it.
I cannot be tamed, they keep calling me insane. So the voices in my brain tell me to release my pain. Paint the walls with their blood stains, feel their fear inside.
Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty one-dimensional flow in the rap. I like the energy in his voice. Yeah, it's a little it's a little basic in the flow of the rap. What else is there? Use of dynamics. Yeah, there was some really cool dynamics actually. Groove and rhythm. Structure was pretty fine. I think a 16 is fair. Showmanship. Yeah, really good. Really, really good. I'm thinking about the same as Biscuit. Oh, you can't see the scores. My bad. I didn't realize that. Sorry. Should be able to see it now. Yeah, showmanship. I'm thinking about the same as Biscuit. Maybe like an 18. Really, really good. Originality. It just is the meta, and like this kind of neurofunk drum bass style is completely the meta of producer category. This like dark neurofunk style. So it's not really the most original thing, but it's not inherently unoriginal. There was definitely some cool transitional parts which I have not heard before from others. So maybe a 32. And vocal source, everything's vocal source. The rapping was one-dimensional. There was no real singing going on, and there was nothing that I could really connect to the voice too much. But everything's vocal source, so I believe that scores a 16. Because there was nothing inherently bad about the vocals that were put in there. Yeah, I'm happy with that. And that's all of them. And it is 4:19 a.m. So now we move on to the loop station. No, I'm joking. I'm not doing that. Yeah, I can finally rest. Exactly. But yeah. It was done. Great job. Yeah. Bro needs a coffee. No, I need bed is what I need. But yeah, I guess that's it really. Obviously, this is not the final score. Let's go over it, actually. If I do this, you should be able to see all the scores. They might be really small for you, actually. You might have to turn up the quality of the stream, but hopefully you can see them all. What is the what's the hotkey to? Is there a way in Excel to like put them in an order? Data sort range by column. How do I do that? What do you mean? Select the rows. Right. Data on the top. And then... Yeah. And then... Sort sheet. Or sort range. Man, I'm such a noob on Excel. Sort range. And then what? A to Z. Sort range by column. For which one? Bro, that didn't do anything. What do you mean? Data, sort range. Column 1, A to Z. Man, what do you mean? Whatever. I'll just read them as I see them. I'll read everyone who scored over 100. Starting from the bottom. Actually, no, I'll read Chaos because he scored 99. So, 99 for Chaos. Who is next? Biscuit with 102. That's pretty crazy. Considering the gear that he came in with. I might have to amend some scores. Especially for Chaos. I'm feeling that's a bit low. Because I feel like he was better than that. Would you like to add me to the sheet? I'm not sure I can do that. 105 for Nick. Oh no, sorry. 104 for Harvey. 105 for Nick. 108 for Antrix. 108.5 for Watt. 109 for Rage. 110.5. I think that's the next one. 109 for Rage. 110. Oh, I thought that was slower. 110.5 for Den. 111 for LFO. Bro, sort the sheet. I don't know how. Well, you can see the scores there anyway. You know what I mean? First place was Mr. Asuo, so congratulations to you. Second place was LFO. Third place was Den. And then fourth place is Rage. So congrats. Let me walk you through it. It's fine, man. It's fine. Alright, fine. Select top left. What do you mean top left? What top left? Man. Advanced range sorting options. From the links all the way to the scores. Oh. Oh, I didn't do that. That just put it in alphabetical. Oh, now the comments is mixed up. Yeah, true, but they're not really comments anyway. It just says cover, so that's fine. How are 50 people still watching this? Like, nothing's happening now. Data, sort range, advanced range sorting options. Column I, sort. Alright, well, it's done it in reverse. But that's fine. So, first is Mr. Asuo, then LFO, then Den, then Rage, then Watt, then Antrix, then Nick, then Harvey, then Biscuit, then Chaos, then Slever, then Impotence, then Tony, then Duncan, Yasweed, Greenwolf, Lilo, Shima, J-Sanch, Silent JB, Omu, KFP, Colin Effects, UN, YMA, Kuha, Facelock, K42, and Haniwa. There you go. Said it a bit quick, but I don't care. And these scores are most definitely going to change because I need to put my bonus points in. So do with that information what you will, but I can almost guarantee you that is not going to be the results. So whatever. I'm ending the stream. I hope everyone enjoyed. I would start watching the loop stations because actually I do have quite a bit of energy, but to be honest, I should probably sleep. First place going to change. We'll see. We will see. I did really personally like Mr. Asuo's track as well. But one track that I really, really liked was Watts. And his is 5th. And I also really liked Antrix, and his is in 6th. Did I like them more than LFO and Asuo? Did I like them more than Den? Did I like them more than Rage? You'll have to wait and see. But yeah, that is the end. I hope everyone enjoyed. And I'm going. So thanks for watching. And bye. See you later.